All right, good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. And I need somebody to do the pledge. First, we're going to have an invocation from Associate Pastor of Putnam City Baptist Church, Pastor Sean Keels, who's also a volunteer chaplain with the Oklahoma City Police Department. And that will be followed with our Pledge of Allegiance from Councilman Todd Stone.
Let's pray together. Father, thank you for the unbelievable privilege to call upon your name. Thank you also for life. Thank you for leadership. God, I pray that you would give wisdom today beyond their education and experience to our vice mayor, our city manager, our city clerk, the councilmen and women who will not only lead a meeting but make decisions that impact this great city. Would you help them, give them wisdom, and would the decisions that they make be decisions that would please you and be great for the people of this city? Lord, we love you, recognize that we need you, and ask that you would lead in this governing. We thank you for all this in the precious name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you. We will now call this meeting to order. And from the office of our mayor, we do have a proclamation for Fire Prevention Month. And I'll come down for us to present that. All right, and we have our fire department with us for the fire prevention services, and we will ask the clerk to read the proclamation.
Okay. Whereas the Oklahoma City Fire Department responded to more than 82,000 calls for emergency assistance in 2020. And whereas during that same year, fire killed 9 of our citizens and injured 12 others. And whereas property loss in 2020 due to fire was in excess of $28 million, however, the Oklahoma City Fire Department was able to save more than $650 million in property loss during 2020. And whereas the men and women of the Oklahoma City Fire Department are witness to the loss and devastation caused by fire firsthand, not only for those citizens who have lost loved ones or their homes and belongings to fire, but for their co-workers injured or killed in the line of duty. And whereas the Oklahoma City Fire Department considers fire prevention as critical as fire suppression. And whereas the employees of the Oklahoma City Fire Department actively engage in year-round risk reduction programs with residents to raise awareness of fire safety and teach best practices to help prevent the frequency and severity of fires in our city. Now, therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2021 to be Fire Prevention Month in Oklahoma City and encourage all citizens to learn about risk reduction and fire safety and to apply these practices at home, at work, and throughout our city.
All right, thank you so much. And I believe we have Chief Walker to speak towards this Fire Prevention Month. And if you don't mind, speak about actually who all we have here and some of the things that we're working towards to prevent fires.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you, Council, for recognizing this proclamation. We hope that it would remind our citizens to be vigilant and fire safe this month, as it's the anniversary of October is the anniversary of the Great Chicago Fire. We hope that this month that you'll check your smoke alarm, make sure that you go over an exit plan with your family members to get out of the house. And remember, whenever you sleep at night, close your door. Close before you doze, if you will. Having up with me, I have the Fire Marshal of the Fire Department, which is Chief Harold Thompson. We also have Major Julian Guyana. And we also have Captain Bruce Alexander and Captain Lujan all from our fire prevention services. So thank you very much for this time.
All right, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen, for all that you do. Thank you so much. Thank you. And that concludes office of the mayor. And we'll move to item 4, items from council. And we do have a resolution of commendation for our previous council member, Sam Bowman. Councilperson Cooper.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Well, City Clerk, which would you prefer on this one? Is it customary? I know you read our whereas resolutions, these sorts of things, or I have a letter that I personally would like to read from Sam, but if you would like to do the honors of the commendations.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Whereas Sam Bowman first came to Oklahoma City in 1970, settling his family in the Cleveland neighborhood, where he continues to give himself to his community and this city. And whereas after moving to Oklahoma City from Los Angeles, where he worked with Catholic Charities, Sam Bowman became executive director of the Neighborhood Services Organization, incubating and the spinning off new services as a model for NSO's community development endeavors, such as Mobile Meals, the Food Bank, Latino Community Development Agency, and Positive Tomorrows. And whereas Sam Bowman then worked tirelessly at the Oklahoma City Community Foundation for 10 years to develop new partnerships between the Oklahoma City Public Schools, the Arts Council, the Oklahoma City Parks Department, the Oklahoma City Zoo, Omniplex, the Boys and Girls Club, the National Cowboy Hall of Fame, the YWCA, and the YMCA, to name a few. And whereas Sam Bowman was instrumental in the development of renewed interest in the planning of city parks, especially the city's trails system, having committed himself to Oklahoma City's quality of life through trails connecting all 3 city lakes. And whereas Sam Bowman was a catalyst for development of the city's sidewalk master plan and for creating policies and a revenue stream for its implementation, including funds in MAPS 3 and a general obligation bond. And whereas Sam Bowman is to be commended for his quiet leadership, his unmatched forthrightness and integrity, his reputation as the conscience of the City Council during his 8 years of service from April 2003 through April 2011, and for his service prior to being elected councilman on the city's Planning Commission, the OKC Trails Steering Committee, and as chairman of the OKC Enterprise Committee. And whereas Sam Bowman's commitment to this city is further shown with his recent involvement in the development of the Freedom Center, yet another example of his continuing involvement in the best of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and the city council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby commend and express great appreciation to Sam Bowman for his tremendous contributions to the betterment of this city by his efforts in community enhancement through sidewalks and his work to promote programs to assist those in need. Be it further resolved that because of this dedicated service, the City Council of the City of Oklahoma City hereby honors former Ward 2 Councilman and civic leader Sam Bowman with the installation of sidewalks and commemorative plaques or other appropriate permanent installations in the area of his beloved Cleveland neighborhood in honor and recognition of this man who possesses such great outlook and hope for a better Oklahoma City and a willingness to work mightily toward this goal.
Thank you for reading that and sharing that with those following along this morning. If I might, I'd like to read from a letter. This letter is one that my predecessor Sam Bowman wrote before leaving office. It came to my attention recently, and it was something that I wanted to make sure that Ward 2 residents heard, and I wanted to make sure it was something that went along with this resolution. So, your patience, if you may. From Sam. I will resign from the City Council in April 2011. I began my career in 1965 with the Salvation Army. My life's work has been devoted to community and public service. These last 8 years serving on the City Council have arguably been the best of times in the history of Oklahoma City. The level of citizen confidence in our local government has never been higher. An independent survey conducted last year reported that 83% of our residents believe the city is heading in the right direction. I've served with the mayor, council, and management team who are outstanding public servants, and the degree of civility present on this city council must be the envy of many local governments. 8 years ago, I ran for the city council on a platform of preserving and protecting neighborhoods. Ward 2 is essentially fully developed. There are more neighborhood associations in Ward 2 by far than any other ward. Proactive code enforcement, neighborhood improvement grants, and extensive capital improvements in our neighborhood parks have helped strengthen neighborhoods across our city. These efforts are only as good as the people who make up these neighborhoods, and the Neighborhood Alliance has been an effective partner in helping to strengthen and preserve our neighborhoods. My outlook for Oklahoma City is very optimistic. Quality of life is becoming more and more a household word in discussions on city council. There was a sense of timidity in using the term when I came on the council. I think it began to change with our year-long moratorium on commercial development at Lake Hefner. We now talk about a Lake Hefner plan that preserves and protects the environmental and recreational integrity of one of the city's most precious jewels. We continue to extend our system of trails throughout the city. MAPS 3 will enable us to connect all 3 city lakes with the trail system more expansive than any community in the Midwest. For 40 years, the city did not build any new sidewalks. Since the year 2000, new sidewalk policies, a bond issue including sidewalks in 31 neighborhoods, and $10 million in MAPS 3 for sidewalks on arterial streets have made sidewalks a talking point in nearly every meeting where quality of life is discussed. Plans for new forms of transit are exciting and encouraging. This will help to reconnect our city in becoming a more livable community. I believe the real sleeper in MAPS 3 is the concept of senior wellness and aquatic centers. With the right institutional partners, these centers will put Oklahoma City on the map as a popular retirement destination. As MAPS for Kids winds down, the City Council and the Oklahoma City Public School Board have committed to work together to improve the academic achievements of 40,000 plus students residing within the walls of beautiful new facilities. And this partnership is new territory for the council and the school board. It represents an enormous challenge, but one we must meet if our schools are going to make the improvements all of us want to see. Finally then, one of the concerns I have as I take leave of city government is the increasing demand to do more with less. At some point, we have to reckon with the reality that we must pay for quality services. If we expect to grow and continue to deliver quality services, it simply comes down to no more cuts. Oklahoma City citizens have proven again and again we are willing to tax ourselves to improve the quality of life for all people in our community. 83% of our citizens believe the city is going in the right direction. And I will leave the council in April of this year feeling good and grateful that Oklahoma City is heading in the right direction. When I ran for office, It came as a shock to everyone in my family because that was just not the plan. But I have to tell you, when city staff, specifically Debbie Martin, shared this letter with me 2 weeks ago, after Ward 2 residents reached out to me about honoring the legacy of Sam, I cried because I ran a campaign focused on our students and making sure that they have a better environment, because we know, and I've said it time and time, and I will continue to say it time and time again, we know that for every year a kid grows up in a better environment, teen pregnancy goes down, college chances go up. They earn more over their lifetime, and they have more cohesive communities and families. And we know that the kiddos who do not grow up in those better environments are places associated with crime, income inequality, segregation, and less coherent communities. And in MAPS 4, I had the honor of working with Councilwoman Hammond to ensure we invest in those better environments with things like walkability and sidewalks. Sam set this in motion, and I am honored to continue his legacy in Ward 2 today. And it is my honor and a privilege to make sure that the kids who are walking to Northwest Classen do so safely on sidewalks, and that's something MAPS 4 will bring. And I want those kids to know that good government means a better environment for them. And that's why I have put forth this resolution to honor the life, the work, the legacy of Sam Bowman. It's for our children and for our neighborhoods and those who are committed to these better environments. And for that, I would move for approval. I don't know if anyone has anything else they'd like to say on the council.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for this. Just a few comments. I actually met Sam through my work with Commonwealth Urban Farms, and early in my time in Oklahoma City, ended up in a meeting with him and his partner Jane. Had no idea who he was. He was just this like kind, sweet gentleman wearing Birkenstocks in this meeting where we were talking about the farm, and I just sort of saw how people treated him with this like reverence, and I was like, "What? Who is this guy?" And you know, the idea of ever running for council was not even like a idea in any way, but learned that he had been a former council member for the ward that Commonwealth Urban Farms is in, and it clicked about how much that made sense, that he was this person who served in this quiet way. He was still giving of his time to just come to an advisory meeting to talk about the farm and its direction and kind of do some strategic planning with some views from people who were a step removed maybe from the day-to-day working of the farm. So I love to hear a little bit more about all of that. I knew he was worked for neighborhood services, but had no idea the extensiveness of his background with so many different organizations. And just really appreciate even hearing that letter, sort of how all those things really interweave, and am proud to sort of follow in his footsteps as a council member on this body. So thank you, James.
Thank you for sharing that story, Councilwoman.
I'll also say, I know from our MAPS 3 Citizens Advisory that we passed a resolution for his service, participating on our subcommittees for his dedicated service up until the time he could not serve any longer. So he is definitely a person that has left his mark in Oklahoma City, and we are grateful for him and his family for lending him to us during that time of service that he served for our city. We do have one citizen that has signed up to speak, and we ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes, and please state your name and your address. For the record, Michael C. Washington.
Thank you. Michael C. Washington, 2900 with 2 zeros on the back, Northeast 18th Street. Now then, it is my first time having heard about this obviously great man to many of you, Mr. Sam Bowman. Now then, I don't have any personal problems with this man, and it is my first time learning today that he has something to do with my Freedom Center. Now then, I'm not going to take anything away from this man, and I'm going to respect his legacy that you want to establish with this resolution, but I will say today that I think he's being used as a patsy in a pawn to deprive African Americans of their right to keep their Freedom Center here on the northeast side of Oklahoma City, as well as trying to take the Freedom Center out of my Michael Washington's control. But it just ain't gonna happen. We fighting to the finish. I said that. Now then, Mr. Bowman may be a great man, and again, I have no questions about that, nor am I testing in any way your legitimacy of his accolades, his wonderful fine works. But once again, if he's in the sound of my voice and listen to what I have to say today, don't let that crew, that watered down, fake, no good board for the Freedom Center get you in any real trouble, Mr. Bowman, because right now today I'm getting ready to amend my lawsuit to include a whole lot of people trying to take the Freedom Center from me. And I certainly wouldn't want your name to be in it, sir, because I don't think you may have known that Michael Washington had a direct connection to it. Well, now you do, sir. Now, once again, I myself would greatly establish the respect and honor due to this man. I think I have a right to express my, if I feel I'm done wrong, though, I think that's only fair that we all do, don't we? Now, then, in closing, this resolution is a great thing, turning the page, that is, for this man here, obviously, who's done great things for you people in your ward, too. And I think that if you're going to present this ward to him, this resolution, that no person will be deserved as far as in your community is concerned. And let me say, too, that we would not tolerate anyone, I don't care if any awards, respect, honors, and dignities that are being done to them, we would not tolerate anyone deliberately, knowingly, and recklessly, and flagrantly violating the rights of citizens to have their right to be let alone in government, to not be interfered with, and our right to privacy, and so forth and so on, under the United States Constitution, Article 2,
30
Article
seconds.
4, Section 2 of the Oklahoma Constitution, Article 2, Section 7, due process. Again, I think it's a great thing that Mr. Bowman is getting this recognition. And again, I think they need to step out of the way of my Freedom Center. Have a great day, everybody.
Those are all the citizens that signed up to speak on this item. And I do understand there is a motion on the floor for approval of this resolution of commendation. Do we have a second?
Vice Mayor, may I just add just a quick word?
Absolutely.
We might all count ourselves lucky if at the end of our lives, someone should call us a good person. And I want very much for former councilperson Bowman to hear me in my voice in these times. You're a good person. You're loved. I love you. So too do your family and your neighbors. Ward 2 does, and I suspect so too will the students all across this city who will use those sidewalks to get to parks, recreation, churches, places of worship, school. And I'll look forward to the second here.
Have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. It is approved unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
We'll move on to item B, resolution approving redistricting criteria and a process if redistricting is required pursuant of Article 11, Section 1 of the Oklahoma City Charter. Councilperson Stonecipher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. After lengthy conversations with Kenny Jordan, Amanda Carpenter, Debbie Martin, who's been through this process 3 times, I reached out to Jim Couch, wanted to talk to him. I thought it was really important that we put down on paper how we're going to handle one of the most important things we will do as counselors while we're on this horseshoe, and that's the redistricting. And the one thing I'm really fearful of is getting into partisan politics, into gerrymandering issues. And so I wanted to be clear on what we were trying to accomplish. And the one thing I think I learned from Debbie Martin was that she had been through this process, like I said, 3 times. And in my mind, if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. Don't try to change it. I'm a huge fan of Mayor Ron Norick. He calls me, luckily, once a month to talk about issues that pertain to the city. I'm very blessed to have those conversations. And so I think what has happened with Mayor Norick and on down with the redistricting has worked. I don't want to tinker with it, and so that's why I put together this resolution. It will allow for public input. It will provide a map and have updates with the public input. It will develop the ward ordinance with a legal description. There will be a formal presentation to the City Council. The City Council meeting will have a public hearing, and then the council will vote. And so if anybody has questions about this resolution, I would encourage you to ask Amanda to fill you in on what we put together. Thank you. And at this time, I'd move for its approval.
Are there any comments? Any discussion?
I have a question for municipal council. Thank you. So I'm curious, while I recognize this is the more recent process we've used, let me just go on record saying I would much prefer an independent council being the one like doing this. Like to your point, council person, anything we can do to remove any sense of partisanship from the drawing of lines at the council, state, federal level, I would love to do that. So that's my strong preference. Strong, it's not even close. Like what we do here is like a distant second, but I do like the process that we have in some ways. I'm curious about the opportunity. I know that like the League of Women Voters have reached out to us about having something similar in terms of an advisory board or something like that. Not necessarily redrawing, but just an advisory board. Does this process through this resolution allow for something like that?
So the charter requires that the obligation be on the city council. So ultimately, the ordinance, which has the layout of, or the boundaries of the wards, as well as the map, must come to city council for consideration and ultimately adoption. So it is the obligation of council. Generally speaking, in the years past, and the process that's provided in this resolution is for staff to carry out that process. We are purchasing Maptitude, which is a software program that will assist in doing the math, making sure that those wards have equal population within the amount that it's allowed as nearly as practicable. And so the software will create the maps, and then we'll use the criteria that's provided herein, which is contiguity and compactness, which are required by our charter, and then incumbent addresses, as well as the additional considerations that are available, natural boundaries, business districts, established neighborhoods, voting precincts. We'll use those to confirm that the equalized map is what the city has done in the past, making sure that the lines fall on those arterial roadways, those types of things, that they're not bisecting business districts or neighborhoods. And that's the analysis that staff will look at using that software, using the criteria provided. Then we'll bring it back to council. If council wanted to have a committee involved to weigh in on what that map looks like, that would be something that council could vote on to establish. But the ultimate responsibility is on the council to make that determination.
Thank you for that clarification regarding the process. Oh, please.
One concern I have, and I spoke with Joe Beth about this, is that Norman did a committee. And in my research and looking on that, there is already a motion to disband that committee. And that's because there's allegations of gerrymandering and there's allegations of political bias, partisanship. And the one thing I think that this body does well is avoid partisanship. And so I'm not a fan of the committee. I don't want to abdicate or delegate my authority to some committee. I was voted into office and I want to make that decision for my ward.
Well, I think we have the ultimate decision, obviously. In my mind, and this again came from the proposal, or the idea for this came from two nonpartisan organizations, the League of Women Voters and People Not Politicians. And the idea is, and we have this in lots of other, we always have the final say as council, but we have plenty of other issues and processes, including our charter change committee, that we as council members are part-time and cannot be as closely involved in the day-to-day working of city business. And having members of these nonpartisan bodies or residents that apply because they're interested in this process help advise that process, and them being from across the city in different ways, again, helps advise the process to increase that transparency and the accountability and the opportunity to bring those final recommendations to us. And so I guess my question would be, does this resolution preclude us from proposing that at some point in the near future? Because another proposal that has come from residents is the discussion of redrawing our maps with increased wards, increased number of wards, and I think that is something that is also worth discussing given the growth of Oklahoma City, not only in the last 10 years, but the last time that we actually set the number of wards that we had. I think it was definitely the 20th century. It was, I believe, the 1930s. So I think those are two discussions worth having that this resolution does not address, but would this resolution preclude those two discussions from happening at a later time?
This resolution would not preclude that discussion from happening at a later time.
And then just one last note, the body in Norman is actually a pre-existing body that they just gave this duty to, and I don't think anyone is going to disagree that Norman has maybe a different culture of contention within their city politics than exists here, and maybe some of that is just people are a little more honest, but about what they see and hear and what's going on. But I think, again, I would be interested in addressing those and exploring those two conversations in the future if this doesn't preclude that from happening.
Yeah, and that was my main concern, and I really appreciate your words, Councilwoman, and thank you very much, Amanda, for your clarifications. And just to be very clear, it is my strong preference that the elected official does not draw their districts. And I mean that at every level, every level. That is my strong preference, because I think that's where the partisanship can get in there. But I do appreciate the process the city of OKC puts forward, and since it does not preclude the later conversations that Councilwoman Hammond mentioned, then that makes it easier to support this. But I just wanted to have that conversation publicly with our people. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, I think there's two separate questions here. The process, as Councilman Stonecipher is suggesting, is just redrawing the district lines. It's a simplistic process. We receive a map that identifies where the population is located in the city. The council person looks at that and is given a choice, well, not given a choice, but is told that area needs to be expanded or it needs to be shrunk. And then it's just a negotiation between the two council people as to where we're going to redraw the lines. So this process is a very simplistic process. There's a separate and distinct question as to whether or not you want to expand the number of council seats. But what Councilman Stonecipher is identifying, in fact, I was surprised to see it because it is such a simple process, is just saying we're going to redraw the lines like we've always redrawn them based upon population. And the criteria is stated very well that the areas have to be congruent, natural boundaries are taken into consideration. So there's no deception, anything like that that's going on in this process. The final decision comes down to the two adjoining council persons as to how they want to either enlarge or reduce the area that they represent based strictly upon the population on the census information. So I think Councilman Stonecipher's request is very appropriate. And also, I just want to say it again, I mean, it took us very little time last time to go through this process. So I would support Councilman Stonecipher's resolution.
Are there any other comments? I do have a citizen who has signed up to speak, Michael Washington. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. Illustrious esteemed horseshoe guest here. I should say actually host, since y'all running things today. Really now? Ma'am, are you serious? Sir. Now we know every 10 years you people are supposed to do your so-called redistricting, these communities here in Oklahoma. We know that, don't you? Now then, is this also a part of that so-called census that we took last year to determine how many here in Oklahoma on northwest side, east side, and all of that goes along with this? Well, I don't have enough time, so I really have to rush things. I can't really say what I need to say like it now. That's why it may sound like I'm babbling sometimes because I'm rushing it. But now then, let me tell y'all one doggone thing here. It is not going to work. You people are not going to come over and take my African-American community from you like we are already doing, okay? This is what your redistricting means, and we all know this. You ready for this one? This is why now that basically the African-American community is nothing but a fit-in community now. Right now you got this so-called fake innovation district going on. Come on, man, don't get it with me because, I know my steps. I don't just talk just to be rambling. Now then. Yeah, you got the innovation district going on over there. Is that a part of that redistricting as well? Because all the white developers are coming on the east side, moving over there, developing communities, businesses and all that. Isn't this one of the statements as the processes that's going on in redistricting here in Oklahoma? Therefore, now the representatives that we have in the African-American community are no more. Therefore, watch this here. In the other areas where the whites are congested at, when you come over to the African-American community, now you're going to redistrict it so where you get the representation over here now. Ooh, Michael sharp, isn't he? Well, y'all won't, it's not going to work here. I'm going to fight you to the bitter end. Now, is this also part again of the gentrification process? What is gentrification, y'all? Uplifting and rebounding, rebuilding a dilapidated, blighted community. Ooh, look at that. Look how pretty that is. Look at now those so-called African-American community who's been just totally desecrated and disregarded for the last 50 years. All of a sudden you got wealthy developers. Oh, we like what y'all see over here. We like y'all now. We want to help y'all build up over here. Man, come on, man. And each and every day in the evening time, when all the banks and everything closed and all the businesses are closed down, where does the money go? Back to the white side of town.
30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, man. Boy, that's why I say I can't really say what I need to say around. I'm going to have to give me a spot up here so I can take a little time here. But let me say, it's not going to work. Partisan, nonpartisan, again, I don't care what you name it. We know we're in a Republican state, man. Don't fake with me. That's why every time one of the black presidents or somebody come down and, well, what was the name, Fowler? Oh, I'm going out to lunch. Who's coming? That black man? Hell with him. I'm not going to let him talk to me. I'm a Republican. He's a Democrat. He's the wrong color now.
Thank you, Mr. Washington.
Thank you. I started to be baby because I'm all going to be returned and give you what I need to hear. Now then, you're going to take that from me.
All right. And to respond to that, as you heard, as far as this process is concerned, more than happy to make sure you are aware of what is happening and how this process continues. So that's not a problem. And I'd be more than happy to speak with you about that for us to take care of that. With that, we do have a motion and a second for this resolution to be approved. And because of the simplicity, I think we're all in some aspects concerned as to why there was a resolution in the first place. But there is a move and a second. So please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. We'll move on to item C, resolution stating council's intent to uphold the Constitution oath of office taken by each council member, council members Carter and Young.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure if we've had any citizens sign up to speak. We have 2? Okay. I'd like to go ahead and allow them to speak if that's possible, but I'm going to request that we move for deferral since the mayor's not here to join us in this, if that's okay.
That is fine. We do have 2 citizens that have signed up to speak, and I will call them in the order that I have. And please state your name and address for the record, and your comments, please limit to 3 minutes. Carol Hefner.
Good morning, council members and our new mayor for the day. This is Carol Hefner, 3001 Northwest 168th Court in Edmond, Oklahoma, which is in Ward 8, Mark Stonecipher's ward. So I just want to make clear that our mayor, illustrious mayor, was not here to vote on this resolution, and I do appreciate Bradley Carter for tabling it and bringing it up at another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Jody Usry, and I apologize if I correct me, please. And please limit to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jody Usry. My address is 15116 Turtle Lake Place. Good morning, council members. I wanted to express my approval of the resolution that's on the table, and the support that I have for it is the Declaration of Independence stated that all of our rights and duties are allowed by the express consent of the governed. Therefore, we have an oath that's given at every level for public servants. And our oaths are extremely important because it's an acknowledgement of being bound in duty to serve according to established parameters. As City Council, you guys have asserted that you will uphold the Oklahoma Constitution and the United States Constitution. That gives the parameters that we all abide by, and therefore the partisanship is excluded because we're all operating from the same stance of procedures and policies and beliefs in our nation. Benjamin Franklin said, "We've been given a republic and it's up to us to keep it." Therefore, we make sure that we operate according to the same standard and that our oath is our duty. And our duty, our founding fathers declared that the duty is to serve one another, to serve according to the established rules of our land. So I'm saying that it is essential that this council assures us as the governed that you will operate according to our Oklahoma Constitution and the United States Constitution and not bipartisan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I believe we may need to call a vote to defer, or do we just let that go?
Yes, you'd have to call a vote
All
for
right,
that.
if you don't
Since it's
mind.
on the agenda. And the
Okay.
mayor did not request a deferral on that.
I
but it would-
did.
Right,
I
but it'd
did.
have to be something that we just vote with the
Okay.
council.
I move for deferral.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and second, and it passes 7-1. Thank you. We'll move to item 5, city manager reports.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have a couple of reports on today. We don't have any presentations. The only thing I wanted to mention, we have the update on the council priorities on continuing to pursue social and criminal justice initiatives, the performance measures there. That information is in your packet. We'd be happy to respond to any questions on that. We also have the sales and use tax report. Again, from September, this is still strong growth that we're seeing in sales tax at 17%. It's growth like we haven't seen in many years. So it's 16.6% for the month. It's about 17% for the quarter. We're about $7.7 million over budget on sales tax, on use tax. We're currently at about 1.8% above last year. Above the projection, or $350,000 above last year, above the projection. And so, really going strong with sales and use tax right now still. So we'll keep an eye on that and make sure we keep the council informed on any changes there. And that is all I have on city manager reports.
Craig, could I ask a question? So is the $7 million surplus, is that a cumulative amount for the general fund?
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have clarified that. That's only in the general fund, and that's where we are compared to target for the general fund.
And it's a cumulative
That's correct.
year-to-date?
That's
Thank
correct.
you, appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, item 6, Journal of Council Proceedings, and we'll take item A and B. Have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 7, request for uncontested continuances. City Manager.
We have several on today, starting on page 16. Item 11U1, unsecured structures. All of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item A, 2417 North Lindley Avenue, the owner is occupied. Item C, 1321 Northwest 9th Street, the owner is secured. Item D, 1519 Northwest 11th Street, the owner is secured. Item G, 2616 Northeast 17th Street, the owner is secured. Item H, 529 Southeast 27th Street, the owner is secured. Continuing on page 16, abandoned buildings. All of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item A, 2417 West Lindley Avenue, the owner is occupied. Item D, 1321 Northwest 9th Street, the owner is secured. Item G, 2616 Northeast 17th Street, the owner is secured. And item H, 529 Southeast 27th Street, the owner is secured. That's all the items I have.
Thank you. That takes us to item 8, revocable permits and events. In item A, we have a revocable permit with the American Banjo Museum for Banjo Fest. That's happening on October 9th, and this is using the Bricktown Canal area, and this is in Ward 7. I do believe we have someone who has signed up to speak. Johnny, is it Bayer? Thank you.
Bayer.
Bayer, excuse me.
Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor and council members. At the American Banjo Museum, we've had a goal since we opened in Bricktown in 2009 to take the music of America's instrument called the banjo to the public. All of our music and events have generally been driven towards banjo players and banjo fans. Based on cities around the country that we attend festivals and conferences at, we have seen that there is a general interest can be developed in music which is outside of the mainstream by bringing that music to the public. So we are asking for a permit to use the area next to the railroad viaduct between Reno and Sheridan on Saturday, October 9th for an event called Bricktown Banjo Fest. The Bricktown Banjo Fest is part of our Banjo Festival weekend where we have our Hall of Fame inductions, bringing banjo players of the highest degree from all around the country for Hall of Fame recognition, as well as music, sharing of music, growing of music, and camaraderie. And we have all these players in town who want to perform, and generally they've been performing for each other. This year we're asking to take that to the streets and share our music with the city and anyone that has any interest, as it is a free to the public event. It'll be a family-friendly event, all age appropriate. And it is sponsored by some great people around the city who have allowed us to make it a free event and bring in all these artists. So that is, in a nutshell, what we're hoping to accomplish. If you have questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Well, I have two, Mr. Bayer. What time?
It is October 9th from noon until 5 o'clock. It'll be a daytime event only.
And I follow you all on Instagram, and I saw you all needed some volunteers. Do you still need volunteers?
Yes.
How can we find you?
The best way would be to directly email me at banjomuseum@sbcglobal.net.
All right, so we need some volunteers. If you can come and help, we'd love to have you. Thank you so much, and have a great event on October 9th. I'll move for approval of this.
Thank you.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll move on to item B, a revocable permit with the Oklahoma City Museum of Art for Art on Tap, and this is happening on October 23rd using the right-of-way, City Hall Park, 200 North Walker. and also using Patience Ladding Drive, and this is Ward 6.
Yeah, excited to see lots of events this last month utilizing the space around City Hall for different cultural events. I will move for approval.
And Councilwoman, we do have Sarah Wise,
great.
who has signed up to speak.
Yeah, come on up.
Hello, I'm Sarah Wise with the Oklahoma City Museum of Art at 415 Couch Drive. Our Art on Tap is a beer tasting fundraising event that's been held for 18 years now, typically held inside the museum. But due to the current state of events, we've decided to take it outside for the comfort of our guests. And we will be using Carroll Hill Park as well as City Hall Park for our entertainment and lounge area. We'll also be closing the street from the light at Ladding Drive through Walker. So just like this little semicircle in front of us for our beer vendors. And we will also have food trucks on site for food available for purchase. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
No questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a motion for approval. Waiting for a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Have a great event. Item C, revocable permit with the River Sport Foundation for the 2021 Oklahoma Regatta Festival. And this is October 1st through 3rd at the Eastern Basin Regatta Park in North and South Oklahoma River Trails. That's in Ward 7. And I do believe we have Megan Duffy to speak to what is going to take place for the Regatta Festival.
Morning, Megan Duffy, 17014 Valley Lane, Edmond. Again, City Services. River Sport's gearing up for our largest annual event, the Oklahoma Regatta Festival. If you don't know, that festival is a 3-day event celebrating rowing, kayaking, dragon boating, and whitewater rafting. We'll kick things off Friday night with our corporate rowing and dragon boat league championships. There'll be fireworks around 10 p.m. after that night. We'll have food trucks, music, and general activities around there that night. We'll continue all the excitement and everything into Saturday with the OCU head of the Oklahoma Regatta, and that is going to see collegiate, junior, and master teams from across the nation. We're a little bit smaller this year, but we are stretched from Florida to Washington coming into town, and they will be racing all day. We'll kind of culminate leading into the Paddlefest Dragon Boat Championships, which is more of a regional event. And then we will have the OG&E night sprints again that evening, fireworks one more time at 10 p.m., and then we'll wrap everything up Sunday with some more of that head racing for Head of the Oklahoma. We'll also have the Thrive Expo on Saturday afternoon so that we can get some kids coming out trying various outdoor activities.
Well, we've seen you quite a bit.
Yes,
with
you
some
have.
things
I've been here a
happening
lot.
down in the River Sport area, which is exciting. So we're excited about what's to come. And I do commend and recommend for all of you all to see those fireworks, how they hit on the river waters. It's beautiful, magnificent view. So with this, I'll move for approval. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Have a great event. Thank you. Moving on to item D, revocable permit with Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust and the Red Coyote Running PE 220006HR to hold the Lake Run FKT with Hoka Bondi X at the Lake Hefner Reservoir and Reservation. That was a lot. Wards 1, 2, and 8. And I do believe we have someone who has signed up to speak. I have John Osland. Thank you.
Good morning, members of council. Red Coyote Running Fitness is very excited to partner with Hoka Shoes on the Loop the Lake FKT. FKT stands for fastest known time, and it is a phenomenon that has risen in the last couple of years over the COVID isolations and lack of events. But it is a phenomenon where you can register a course and that athletes all over the country could take turns running that course, always attempting to one-up the fastest known time. Hoka was excited about the opportunity to feature the release of a new shoe, Red Coyote was excited about the opportunity to feature an area of our city that is a destination place for a lot of people who are traveling in and out of town who are runners and are always looking for a place to get their quality runs in and their local runs in. And so we were excited to propose this idea and establish a course on the FKT site, and then take this event to set the very first fastest known time. The exciting thing about this event is that the course and the record will exist for ongoing attempts for people visiting our country or our city from all over the country to constantly one-up that time. So we're excited about the opportunity. Should be a relatively small event that morning, but it establishes an ongoing place for people to come and enjoy our city and highlights an area for people visiting in to get those runs in.
It sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. Ward 1, 2, or 8?
Well, I'll start us off, I suppose. Thank you for hanging out with the good people of Ward 2. We sure do appreciate you. I don't know if my fellow council members would like to say 1 and 8. We just lost Ward 8. We lost Ward 8.
Be happy to answer any questions that you have.
You have anything you'd like to add?
I don't have any questions, but I think I can speak for Ward 8 too. The fact that we're excited to have you and we look forward to doing this. So I move for approval.
And I'll
Thank
second.
you.
Come out and we'll let you take the first lap.
Oh, challenge. Take pictures, please.
I'll check the calendar.
It's been moved in second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Please have a great event. Thank you. Up next, we have revocable right-of-way use permit for the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders Association Incorporated to hold the Walk to End Alzheimer's, and this is on October 23rd in Ward 6.
Do we have anyone signed up?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay, well, I will just say.
Someone's here.
Oh, we got someone here. Awesome, come on up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Hogner, and I'm the manager for the Oklahoma City Walk, and we're excited to be back in person this year. Our event took a virtual turn last year, but we also have a virtual option for families who don't feel comfortable bringing their loved ones out to the event this year. So we have the in-person and the virtual option for everybody, and we're excited to be at Scissortail Park. That's obviously the first time, but it's going to allow for some increased social distancing and COVID measures. And I also want to say that the Oklahoma City Walk is one of the top 5 in attendance across the entire Alzheimer's Association. We have over 600 walks. And so right here in your own city, you have one of the top in fundraising, and you have one of the top in attendance. So we're really excited about our event.
Awesome. Well, there will be plenty to do this month and lots of great causes to support, so I will move for approval.
We have a motion and second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Have a great event.
Thank you.
Up next, we have item F, revocable right-of-way use permit with the Old Capitol Hill Council to hold Fiestas de las Americas on October 2nd, and that's in Ward 4.
Has anyone signed up to speak, Vice Mayor? No? I'll be more than happy to talk about it myself then, because, and I say this every year, but I'm not a big parade guy. I don't go to a lot of parades. But this one is something special. It is really neat to just being able to see everything as it comes through there, the pageantry, the colors. It's beautiful. It's a neat thing to go to. I believe it starts at 10 a.m. on Saturday, so.
I can
Come
tell
on
you
out.
the parade starts at 12.
Parade starts at 12. Well, you know, you got a pregame.
Then you got to
check it
pregame. You
out,
got to
so.
get ready.
Parade does start at 12. Fantastic event. So with that, I'd move for approval.
And the only reason I know that is I was asked to co-MC again this year, so I'll be hanging out with you in
Excellent.
Ward 4.
Do a great job.
All right, it's properly moved in second. Let's cast our votes. Passes unanimously. And last but not least, item G, revocable right-of-way use permit with Plaza District Chamber of Commerce to hold the Plaza District Festival. And this is also on October 2nd in Ward 6.
Good
And we
morning,
have some-
Council. My name is Rachel Lenhart. I'm the Executive Director of the Plaza District, located at 1745 Northwest 16th Street in Oklahoma City. This year is our 22nd annual Plaza District Festival. We were unable to have the festival last year. This is the largest fundraiser for the district. We'll have 3 live music stages, and we'll also coincide with Plaza Wall's Mural Festival. They're bringing in over 50 artists, 20 of which are brand new, 30 of which will travel from across the country, some across the world. And contributing to that is one of the largest free arts and culture experiences that we have to offer here in the state of Oklahoma. So with your blessing, we would like to go ahead and get your approval for this festival happening this Saturday. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the information, and yes, very excited about this. Always a really great event and glad to see it back in action. I'll do my regular pitch for folks to be good neighbors, and if you're parking a car in the neighborhoods around the plaza, to just be mindful of where you're parking, but also maybe bus, bike, walk, or scooter to the plaza. Always lots of great bike parking and scooter parking and all that sort of thing. So just making it a great event and making sure that the neighborhoods are well taken care of as well. So appreciate all your work, and I will move for approval.
And I just want to say also, thank you for your continued work in the district and just for your works with all the different communities which make up our city. And yeah, I just really wanted to say that to you. So thank you so much.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Have a great event.
Thank you so much.
All right, we will recess the council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through I. And we can take that with a motion. Have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Properties Authority, where we have items A and B. Take a motion for that. Have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Ward 3. Thank you, ma'am. Passes unanimously. Ms. Dina, there's something right next to you. We'll grab that. Yeah. We'll adjourn OCPPA and reconvene our council meeting where we have item 9, our consent docket. And I do understand we have presentations for item B as in Victor. Item AC. And those are the only things that I have listed for presentations. Is there anything the council would like to discuss or call out for a separate vote?
Yes, I have item Z I need to recuse myself from, and then I was hoping we could get just a discussion on item BG.
Item Z and item BG.
Yes.
Madam Vice Mayor, I have to recuse myself on item Z also.
Item Z, okay. Are there any other items before we take that vote? I do want to reference item AQ and item BI. Anyone else?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Item, let's see, what is that? 9X?
X?
Yes, please. Just an update on that. And then, item AN, I'd also like to hear an update, please. And that will be that. Thank you.
Okay, I also have item W I wanted to look at as well. But if you don't mind, I would like to take care of our business for our councilwomen, and we'll take care of that now for item Z. Item Z is a resolution approving the allocation of the 2021-2022 Emergency Solutions Funds and approving grant agreements with the many different organizations to be retroactive to July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. Is that an item? Okay. I'll take a motion on that. Motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. We will move on to the items as I have them. And I believe the first one I have is item V, as in Victor. And that is ratifying and approving Addendum 1 for Public Art Commission. And we have Mr. Randy Marks to present that.
Good morning, Ms. Vice Mayor and Council and Mr. City Manager. I'm Randy Marks, Public Art Project Manager. From the beginning of planning for the Public Art for Wellness 3, it was obvious that something a little bit different was going on. In early discussions with Councilwoman Nice, the design team, various stakeholders, there was very much a desire to do something different for this facility and something that had not been done in Oklahoma City before. Just because we feel that way, of course, doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but I'm happy to be able to stand in front of you this morning and say that we're well on our way to seeing the creation of an artwork that will be beautiful and unique and very thoughtful for Wellness Center number 3. The title of the work, Seeds of Change, is a work designed by artist team led by local artists Tony Morton and Nick Baer, and including other artists from across the United States. It can be described in two ways. So the big picture description is that the art will tell stories about the beginnings and growth of the Black community in Oklahoma City. But these stories are largely unknown, and so the artists say, well, let's see, having a little technical, here we go. So the artists say, we want to preserve this legacy of stories and sing them out in a voice that all can hear. The physical description of the art is that it will be a new media. We'll go on with this for just a minute, and then I'll go to the description.
These are the stories of success we don't know, but should. They're stories of average people who chose to do extraordinary things. Neighbors who chose to lift communities. Leaders who chose to create opportunities. These are stories of the heart. They're stories of the soul. These are the stories of Black success in Oklahoma City. With our community, we aim to tell them to the world.
Well, this went flawlessly when I practiced this yesterday, but I'll go back and fill in. So what you just saw is a sample of what the artists are proposing to do, which is actually to paint on the walls of in the interior of the Wellness Center the story about the beginning and the evolution of the Black community in Oklahoma City. So, okay, Mark, I'm having trouble with this, so I'm going to rely on you to just advance everything. If you would go back one slide, I'd appreciate it. Okay. Well, okay. Anyway, I'm going to just wing it from here. So go ahead and go forward a couple of slides, and I'll tell you when to stop. and go on forward beyond that. Okay, so this is the site of the Wellness Center number 3. And go ahead and click again there, Mark. There's a box around Wellness Center 3, and you can see that it's adjacent to the new Homeland. And the small circle indicates where the lobby is that the work will be installed. And the next slide, please. This is an architectural rendering of the lobby, and the projection will be on that wall that is kind of front and center. And embedded in that wall will be a monitor that will give you access to a database that contains the story, not only the overarching story that you just saw a sample of, but also individual stories of dozens and perhaps hundreds of different people that are in the community. Now, where are these stories going to come from? Some of them will come from archives and research, but the vast majority will come from interviews with people themselves, the stories they tell, and the images that they share. And these people are going to be identified by help from Councilwoman Nice, from Miss Anita Arnold at Black Ink, and various others throughout the community so that the artists can go and do these interviews and create these stories. Go ahead and advance, Mark, and let's see what comes up next. Okay, so Seeds of Change. We believe that this is going to be a very important part of this wellness center that is operated by Langston University, and it'll be an important asset to the community. And to wrap up, if you would go to the next, actually go back one slide. Excuse me, and go forward. So this is a $100,000 project, and it's done by funds both from 1% for Art and a community development block grant. The anticipated final installation is about a year from now, so it'll be completely done by the grand opening of the facility. So thank you very much, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? I'll say that this, from our committee, we had a lot of great submissions, and this was the one that captured everyone, that encompasses what we would like to see as far as artwork for the new Senior Wellness Center, and the fact that this is going to highlight not only history from the past, but local history as well. So I think that's the most important piece of what this particular project is going to bring. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
You did a great job beside your technical difficulties.
Yes, you did.
Councilman.
Yes, you
Appreciate
did.
that. I would rather it have been flawless, but thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And for the sake of folks who signed up to speak, if you don't mind, I'm going to revert us back to a couple of items. Item 9A, we have someone, a citizen that has signed up to speak, Michael Washington. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Thank you. How's everyone? Y'all doing great around here. Even though I'm hungry, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I'm gonna charge y'all a little bit. Just kidding. All right now. This Oklahoma City Police Department has a flagrant, reckless, unassuming disregard for the African American community. Now y'all propose to give them $88,000 more. Let me make sure I'm on the right one here. Whatever the amount is, let's know for a fact that whatever the thousand amount is, they don't need to be getting anything for any kind of training, for any kind of work, any kind of uniforms, anything. Now, I'm not saying, now hold up, y'all, don't get me wrong now. Again, I have to rush it. I really can't talk the way I need to. I hate 3 minutes, it's nothing. But anyhow, not saying that we don't have commendable police officers. Don't get me wrong. But you do have police agencies that need to be appropriately retrained, okay, psychologically evaluated before assuming the role in a citizenry civil servant. It's not going to work when you have people like this who murder us and shoot us down with our hands up, who shoot me down because I got a damn tail light out. Huh? This Oklahoma City Police Department is running, excuse me, ma'am and sirs, I don't bite my tongue, nor I hold back, an incompetent chief of police. I'm sure he knows about my feelings for him. And as long as he's chief of police, we're going to continue to have these rambunctious, unruly, incapable police officers under his command. This man is nothing but a project, and I keep telling everyone else, of a private entity called the Fraternal Order of Police, who tell these people to go ahead and do what you want to do, because I got your back. We got the attorneys, and we run the contract with the city. We'll boycott them if you don't do what we say. Come on, man. Let's keep it real with me today. The hell we going to get these suckers anything around here? Now then, what you can do, though, is tell that Fraternal Order of Police to get the hell out of our way. Bottom line, you don't come over here and tell us what we going to do or not do. You don't come over and tell the city council and what the voters and the people say needs to be done in our city. Threatening a boycott or go back and look at the contract, y'all. I got my copy of it. They can basically do anything, say anything, and automatically, watch this here. And any officer who gets the charge or whatever, they automatically get representation regardless of what go on. Come on, man. So you can shoot me down, you still get representation. It tells me that you don't need to be having any representation. You need to get your own representation. You know what else? Let's start making them where they have their own insurance. Watch it now. Pay for your own insurance. Then a lot of this old crazy stuff you doing violating the civil rights of human beings will cease quick, fast, and in a hurry. Want it now. I love all human beings. As a matter of fact, there's not one of you today who can get out here and get hurt, and I don't come to your rescue, but I'm not going to allow you or anybody to disregard or disrespect or disown me.
30 seconds.
Bottom line. And I'm not going to let anybody harm or do you wrong because I'm a human being. That's right. Listen to this guy with these glasses off here. I mean business today. Now then, let's don't get these suckers nothing. Bottom line, hasta la vista, because I will be back.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. I do have item E, a resolution authorizing for that, and we have a citizen signed up to speak. Mr. Washington, you will have 3 minutes.
In continuation, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury here. That's right. We have people today, like I said, disregarding the civil rights of human beings, man. Is this a runoff of what you call the slave plantation, the slave trade here in the Western Hemisphere of the United States? Let me stop short of calling it the United Snakes of America. I'll stop calling it short of that because I have no room to ever call it otherwise. Now then, for the sake of camaraderie here. Oklahoma City Police Department, again, is run by the largest fraternal order police agency, not in Oklahoma, I'm talking about around the world, the biggest, largest agency. And they don't need any money for training. They don't need any money for evaluations. No, none of that stuff. They need to be having citizens, before they are hired, in an advisory committee role and determining the background of this officer. How many racist policies have you, or programs and events have you been a part of? Huh? How many black folks have you called nigger? Before we go and investigate you, you're going to be a part of us. How many plots and plans do you have with your buddies hanging us up on trees, assassinating us, huh? Come on now, these are things. Now, I know y'all need a quota of people that needs to run the city, man the city, and I agree. Lawlessness has no place in our society, which we would have if we didn't have a qualified number of police officers. But it doesn't have to matter any when you got rogue police officers doing that which they're supposed to be preventing others from doing. That's the real problem. Now then, we need to be able to sit back and to let these officers know that we would not tolerate you coming in and bringing whatever problem you have because your wife beat you up the night before. You're not going to bring because you got that hangover, Daniel Holtzclaw, raping black women. Huh? I'm the only one who said it was a racist motivated. I didn't like the fact because he was an Asian. You can meet an Asian racist, Hispanic racist. You can meet all that. I'm the only one who said it's about racism because why? He raped none but black women, 13 on the northeast side of Oklahoma City. Huh? Really? Give these people what, money to continue to do this? No, legitimately, the officer, listen to me carefully, y'all. And as a matter of fact, I have a track record. Ask the Oklahoma City Police Department, recognize, hey, man, how y'all doing? Good job today. So it ain't I have an anti-approach toward any officer. I have an anti-approach for anybody who flagrantly, recklessly, and wantonly violate the civil and constitutional rights of those that have a privilege to be guarding and protecting. It's not a right that you have. It's a privilege that you got. That's right. And I mean business today. All of you have the right to adequate, effective, and meaningful representation on every level. Don't get me wrong. But you're not going to assassinate me or disregard me because I am one of the same ones who have that right under the Constitution of the United States.
30 seconds.
So let me say no. Don't give these people more money. They have enough. They're re-challenging, redirecting the monies that they have. Don't give them any more to hire more killers. Let's give them more money to hire more responsible people. Thank y'all. Bam.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. And we just had a presentation for item V, as in Victor, but we did have a citizen that signed up to speak on that. Mr. Washington, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Item V as in Victor.
Victor, let me see the Victor. Hey, Victor, I was thinking about Judy before. Let me see what Victor's talking about here.
And this is for the art, so let's make this, please,
Let me tell y'all
please apply those comments to such.
Got a deeper breath now. I think this is very, very commendable. See, I need to relax a little bit. I think this is a great thing that these people want to work with this seed of change. We have a number of rewarding, qualified, great African Americans who have done great things here in the state of Oklahoma. However, enough of us are not given the recognition for all the qualifying, rewarding humanitarian efforts that we're making. I think it's a great thing with these murals that they're talking about so people can come back and just in awe and say, well, I never knew about John Hope Franklin. I never knew about Senator E. Melvin Porter. I never knew about my brother Portwood Williams. I never knew about Dr. Atkins, his wife Hannah Atkins. Watch it now. Michael's a well, I told you, don't test me on mine because I'm very well mine. Now then, it is a great thing when you sit back and put them on a level field that you do the Caucasians, on a level field that you do Hispanics, Asians. We here as African American people, we are human beings like everybody else. I want y'all to understand that. Don't hold us back. And as a matter of fact, when you hold me back, you hold back your children who themselves would like to know about their black friends, their black heroes, the black buddies, the black bus driver, the black historians. That's what human beings are all about. There's not a racist bone in my body, and not one person seeing any writings where Michael Watterson be little or talk bad about anybody other than injustice. See, because my stand speaks for itself, speaks volumes of my great intent. So when you have people like this here being recognized by this art center for them to even be thinking about the contemplation of it, I was totally touched. I was ready to jump to the ceiling. Because why? Something positive is coming out of the African American good, of African American people. Change your world and your world will change around you. Do y'all want to know why? It is great. That's why I preserved the Historic Freedom Center by myself. Look it up. I'm not lying. Go down to your Oklahoma Historic Preservation Commission.
30 seconds, please.
Now then, so that tells you what my mindset is. I want to preserve our great legacy. I want people to be able to say more than just a memory of who Clara Lupo was. I want them to see where it all started off at, on Northeast 26th and Martin Luther King. Not a parking lot. I want people of all colors to be able to come in, bring your kids, and let them know about our culture, our language, our God, our religion, and every transparent thing that we African Americans did as the father of civilization. But I say to you, I don't use that status as a means of disrespecting and belittling everybody because we all equal under the eyes of the law.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Appreciate you. And if you have a phone, please put your phone on silent. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We'll move on to item W. This is the amendment for air quality small grant. And that was my question. I was just kind of curious as to where we are and what's happening with this.
Sure. T.O. Bowman, the Planning Department. The item before you extends the term of the agreement by 12 months. We ran into some delays with changes to parking and allowing for conflicts of the bike lanes. And so that'll give us time until March of 2023 to finish that. But it should be finished in summer of next year.
December of next year. So we're
summer of next year.
Summer
2022.
of next year.
Yes, ma'am.
2022. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Next, we have item X.
Just looking for an update. Thank you so much.
Item X, I'm Chris Varga from the Planning Department, Housing and Community Development Division. Item X is simply an amendment to an existing contract that we have with the Jefferson Park Neighbors Association, who's one of our nonprofit community housing development organizations who are routinely funded with our home grant funds. This amendment increases their funding by $296,000 and adds 2 more properties for development to their agreement. Was there a specific question or concern about it?
No, just an update largely because, Jefferson Park is a Ward 2 neighborhood, and I know that their association is quite committed to this work, and I just wanted to have a voice to it, that's all.
They're a very active CHOTO, and they do good work for us, and most of the building that's going on at present is in our strong neighborhood initiative areas, and Culbertson's is an area that we're kind of finishing out that has been one of the SNI neighborhoods, so Okura is interested in selling the lots they have over there and redeveloping those for housing, so that's the types of lots that they're building on at present.
Thank you, Chris.
And to the point of that, Councilperson, we have a pocket neighborhood that Jefferson Park Neighborhood Association is also helping to develop in the area of, I believe, 24th or 26th and Walnut.
Yes.
In that area. So I know that's part of the reason why they are also listed for that. Thank you. All right, we do have our next item, a presentation 9AC, and I do have a couple of those folks who have signed up to speak towards that.
Okay, so Aubrey McDermott, Assistant City Manager, is going to introduce this. We have several people to speak here from the Homelessness Task Force. Our co-chairs are here, and so I'm going to let Aubrey just do an introduction of this item, and then she'll introduce the following speakers.
Yes, thank you. I am so happy to be bringing the Strategies to Address Homelessness in Oklahoma City plan to Council to receive today. And as Mr. Freeman mentioned, we have some of our key partners and staff and task force members here with us today too. I know that we've spent some time with each council member doing some briefings about the plan, but we wanted to be able to present the highlights to the public today. So as Mr. Freeman said, I'm Assistant City Manager Aubrey McDermott, but when I started working on this, I was the planning director in the planning department a few years ago. And in that time, so much has been accomplished, but the need for homelessness and services is still growing, and the pandemic exacerbated that situation. Just to demonstrate that, each year, as you know, we conduct a point-in-time count to estimate how many people are experiencing homelessness in Oklahoma City. And as it implies, it is a point in time. It is a snapshot. Last year, we weren't able to conduct that count because of the pandemic, so we have a gap in data from 1 year. But looking back at 2020, our numbers, total numbers increased by 24% to this year. And those that are considered unsheltered rose about 68%, from 384 people to 557 people. And we believe the pandemic contributed to that large increase in unsheltered homeless because, of course, with CDC guidance trying to discourage concentrations of people gathering in congregate care facilities like shelters, that helped prevent the spread of COVID. So homelessness has become a much more visible issue in our growing city, and believe it or not, our numbers are not the highest on record right now. Highest on record numbers were in 1930 and in 2007, but our numbers are growing and they'll continue to grow until we make strategic changes and investments. The last time that we did a strategy to address homeless was about 15 years ago, and that was a 10-year plan. So as you can see, we're overdue. We needed to evaluate our current system. We need to look at what our needs are. We needed to bring people together to develop a coordinated, focused, strategic plan to help us tackle this very complicated problem. So in 2019, the mayor created a homelessness task force. It was led by Bob Ross with Inasmuch Foundation and Sue Ann Arnall with the Arnall Foundation. And thanks to a contribution from Inasmuch Foundation, we were able to hire a consultant who helped us develop this plan that's before you today. So I have kind of a medical analogy to homelessness. If we're going to compare something, this might kind of help relay what the focus of our plan is. This strategic plan, in using medical terms, would focus on preventative care. So as you would provide preventative care to someone to keep them from getting sick, we're focusing on ways to keep people from becoming homeless. As you would provide medical care to help treat a patient from illness, we're helping to treat the individual who has fallen into that situation by working with them in a very customized way. And we're trying to keep people free from the disease returning. So if you use a medical analogy to that, that's what this plan really focuses on. And that really takes time. It takes perseverance, patience, and the support of an entire community. So with that, I would like to invite two very engaged and very appreciated community leaders to the podium. This is our Mayor's Task Force chairs, Bob Ross and Sue-Ann Arnall.
Hello, I'm Sue-Ann Arnall, and I'd like to give you a little background on the task force. It included representatives from local service providers, philanthropic agencies, and the city, as well as city council members. I'd like to give a special shout out to Aubrey McDermott and Jared Shadid, without whom this would not have happened. And members of the task force helped identify stakeholders, coordinate tasks and subgroups, share information, and review the consultant's findings to provide feedback. We recognize the importance of getting this right and looked not only at our own community, but at communities outside of Oklahoma City, but with similar attributes. And we wanted to follow their lead on best practices. Working with the consultant, we were able to see what was happening in Oklahoma City and what wasn't, and identify opportunities to make the most impact based on what we know works. The report outlines some of the things that our community already does well, like collaboration. And it also shines a light on areas that provide opportunity for improvement, like funding, storytelling, and mental and behavioral health services. Oklahoma City has begun to tackle some of these recommendations. Supporting these vital services locally will help create more funding channels for organizations through federal grants. Philanthropy stands ready to meet this need and work with the city, business leaders, and nonprofit providers to attract more federal dollars to Oklahoma City to help us progress on this plan.
Thanks, Sue-Ann, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for giving us some time to speak. I also want to thank Sue-Ann, my co-chair, all the folks listed on the screen here that were the task force for all their hard work, the mayor for getting this task force convened, you all, the city council, the staff, and also thanks Dan Strawn for being here from Homeless Alliance for moral support. Appreciate you being here. And I'm so excited to have Lindsay Cates on board at the city, helping coordinate the city's effort with this important, all these important topics. So thanks, Lindsay. We're looking forward to really working with you. Well, the report is really interesting, and it provides 24 different strategies that I know we'll get into, and it's a tough. This is a very tough issue. The problems are very individualistic. I mean, you've got to find out really from case management what's going on with each individual to really solve it. So it seems like a really tough issue to face as a community. But really, I think the key is, and what we've learned is, if we can come together, we can help solve these issues. But we've got to tackle it on a daily basis and really focus our attention. As part of this, I have done some research in our community, but also took a group of real estate, some Oklahoma City downtown real estate folks, to Austin a couple weeks ago. And that was really interesting because their properties are impacted by homelessness in Oklahoma City, but they haven't really thought about the solutions. And so I said, you all are the entrepreneurs, the real estate folks, help us come up with some solutions with this task force. So it's been a really good learning process. We went to Austin really to see community first, but when we got there, it was sort of a tale of two cities in Austin. I thought it was interesting to kind of explain that to you all. We went to community first, which is they've just been around for about 5 or 6 years, and they've built 300 tiny homes. And for $300 a month, you can have a tiny home. And the homeless people that have moved in there had to live in Austin, and they had to be homeless, most of them for over 10 years. but they've moved there and they stayed. And now they're building 1,100 more tiny homes, so they're going to have like 1,500 tiny homes. And this is on the outskirts of Austin. But then in downtown Austin, they have a terrible homeless problem, one of the worst in the country. And so you've kind of have these two stories going on. One, just like this premier example of how to deal with the issue, and then one, setting an example of some things not to do. And in Austin's case, a lot of it was really at the city level, not enforcing rules, not enforcing laws, and not having proper support systems for their law enforcement and also their nonprofit providers. So it was interesting. And so my takeaway from this is it takes all of us. It's going to take, the city and our, backing our police and giving them the tools they need to be successful with this very difficult population to interface with. It's going to take the philanthropic community that includes the business and civic community to come together. And it's going to take the nonprofit community and the healthcare providers, really everyone coming together. And I think in Oklahoma City, we are set up with this study that we've done and with what we already see as the leadership of our community. I really think we can tackle this issue and do it in a very responsible and humane way, something that we all want done in a very appropriate manner. So I'm really looking forward to working with you all and working with the staff and the team here and setting out on a path here to make a big difference in our community. So thank you all very much for giving us the time today, and look forward to working with you in the future. Jared, I think you're up.
I'm Jared Shadid. I think I've been in front of you several times before, so you probably know me. I am the homeless programs coordinator for the city of Oklahoma City. I work with all our nonprofit programs to sort of make sure, all of our programs coordinate together and we can get things done. I'm going to walk you through the process of how we developed this strategy. Some of you are on the task force, so you're kind of aware of this, but many of you are not. So the mayor put together this task force a little over 2 summers ago. The pandemic did slow this process down a bit. That task force selected a consultant, Analytic Insight, to work with us to develop this strategy. Previously, on the previous strategy that we developed, the 10-year plan, we had done that with local service providers. We brought in someone else to do that this time because, frankly, trying to do that again on our own, we did not actually have the time to do it with the time we have and the group of people we were working with. The consultants conducted interviews with over 50 stakeholders. They reviewed information from our homeless services database to see what our populations look like. We had one task force workshop, numerous task force meetings. We had a public input session. Then they held 12 planning sessions with multiple parties that were included in that, including property developers, people from neighborhoods, service providers, and actually people who receive services. After the start of the pandemic, we then had 11 working groups to sort of refine those strategies to what we kind of think the future might look like, so that to make them a bit more efficient. Next slide. What we came out with here was 24 strategies in 8 different focus areas. These focus areas range from things as simple as advocacy to things like, obviously, funding sources, which is going to be necessary, affordable housing, and improving our outreach and engagement in case management services. The way this works is, obviously, there's a lot here. It's not one person, but we do have an implementation manager that we are bringing on. That one person cannot do all this by themselves. Each strategy in the document has an implementation team. Those teams range from about 2 to 8 people, depending on the strategy and how easy it is to accomplish or how difficult. Most of those teams are comprised of some of these parties you'll see here on the right. The implementation manager works with our staff, and their job is to basically pull together those implementation teams and get these strategies moving, and then sustain them once they are established. That implementation manager, as Bob mentioned, is Lindsay Cates, who we hired a few months ago, or about a month ago. Lindsay recently has worked in the homeless services field. She worked for Remerge. She also worked for Pivot Youth Services prior to this. We're very excited to have her on, so I'm going to introduce her here. Do want to say we do have, again, 24 strategies here, so there's a lot of information. We think we've narrowed these down to give you the kind of what you need to know to help you know what exactly the purpose these are to accomplish. Afterwards, though, our team will be here to answer questions if you have any. So I'd like to introduce Lindsay Cates.
Thank you so much, Jared. Good morning, City Council members. Good morning, City Manager and Vice Mayor. Nice. My name is Lindsay Cates. I'm the Homeless Strategy Implementation Manager with the city. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm honored to be in this new role. Before we go into the strategies, I did just want to share one or two things that I think have to do with the reason why I do this work and why I think it's so important. On the day of orientation with the city, just a little over a month ago when I began, I was coming in on a Friday to get into the parking garage, and there was a traffic jam. There was a backup. Right at the parking garage meter was EMSA, and there was a woman that was being helped onto a stretcher. She was able to stand up, but as we are all waiting to get into the parking garage, this woman had bags, looked like she maybe hadn't slept somewhere safe the night before and was being helped. I go through the parking garage with my badge, with my suit on, my lunch packed, money in case I need to get lunch out on my first day, to a job that I realize I have had access to education, family supports, mentors along the way, and I'll leave that job and go home to a safe home that night. I recognize the immense privilege that comes with that situation that I have before me and that leads me here, and will take that with me as I worked with those that have not been afforded the same privileges, but do need to be afforded the same dignity. So I wanted to share that, and then also a quote that I heard right when I started here with the Inclusion and Diversity Town Hall meeting that I was so excited was happening right as I began. Miss Shaylin Jackson said, "Lean in at the level of discomfort that will promote growth." And that stuck with me, and as I think we go through these 24 strategies that are going to be complex and take some time with the city, with partnerships, with philanthropy, we're going to have to lean into that discomfort and find out how we can work together. So with that, I'll share the first strategy is on advocacy. It is first to create a community education and engagement initiative. This strategy involves implementing a public education and information committee so that we can engage and educate the community, to unify the message around specific items and organizations participate in, such as the point-in-time count, winter shelter planning, and the state of homelessness. We want to coordinate the release of messaging to keep the public focused on this issue. This sort of messaging can also help secure additional funding so that we can implement other strategies. Secondly, we want to do an updated cost of the homelessness study. The study that was done for Oklahoma City was done in 2009, so it has been over a decade since we've been able to do a study to really see the economic impact of homelessness in the city. The third strategy that we want to focus on is expanding the Samaritan program. The Samaritan program is an app on your phone that you're able to get, and you're able to see the stories and goals of a person experiencing homelessness. From there, you're able to donate to help this person exit homelessness. This was created from CityCare in 2020, and we want to monitor and work with CityCare to see if this is something that would benefit further advocacy. We did hear that it was highly beneficial at helping residents understand the issues that people who are facing homelessness experience. The next slide we want to focus on in the next strategy is transition age youth services. We want to expand transitional housing and supports for youth. Transitional housing is usually 2 years. It's non-permanent housing where there's a case manager and they are able to get multiple services that wrap around so that they can move towards permanent housing. We want to streamline programming across youth-serving organizations. Just 2 weeks ago, Oklahoma City was selected as a site for the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Program to do just that so that we can expand transitional housing and supports for youth. Next slide, please. Our next area of focus is on transportation. We want to establish a micro-transit program. This program will operate outside of established mass transit And it doesn't operate on a fixed schedule or fixed routes, but it will help work with people experiencing homelessness for a free or a reduced fare to help better connect them with services. We also have a goal of expanding the bus program. The city currently gives an allotment of bus passes to shelter and service locations to assist clients with transportation. We want to increase the number of those bus passes, and we've been working with Embark, and they are in the process of identifying funding sources so we can accomplish this goal. Another area of focus is on emergency and temporary shelter. We want to expand our coordinated entry service in shelters. Currently, we use a coordinated approach to housing people who are homeless that is used by all housing providers. We use a single standardized assessment tool, and all assessed clients go on a single prioritized community-wide by name list for housing. So all housing providers pool their case management and housing resources to house clients. This strategy would involve creating housing navigators within the shelters to specialize on that housing focus and hopefully speed up that process. We also want to formalize our inclement weather plan. We already have an organized winter shelter plan where all the agencies coordinate opening up beds when the temperatures get below freezing. This strategy simply calls to put similar measures in place for inclement weather events such as a tornado. There is no cost to this. We want to instead just formalize, develop processes and procedures to make this work more effectively. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our next area that we really want to focus on is funding sources. We want to establish priority-driven, outcomes-based coordinated funding. This means that we could pull together private and public partnerships and coordinate all or a large part of the funding provided to target determined priorities and outcomes. This targeting of resources would ideally lead to better outcomes and lead more organizations to develop a stronger outcomes-based approach to services. Based on a program in Washtenaw, Michigan, this model is a best practice and has been very effective. We also want to develop a housing trust fund specific to Oklahoma City. That would include potential private and public funding partnerships again, where we can address things such as affordable housing and housing services like rental assistance. Next slide. Another important area we need to focus on is affordable housing. One of the ways that we can do this is through zoning ordinance change. An example is an inclusionary zoning practice that would be determined, there would be a determined number of affordable units set aside for development. We also want to create a land bank 501c3, and that land bank is an entity that can acquire, manage, or dispose of neglected properties to both help encourage redevelopment and, in this case, also affordable units. We would like to create a lien forgiveness program. This program allows a property owner to gift land to the city in exchange for removal or reduction in back taxes. Properties can be gifted for redevelopment if affordable housing is included in the project. This would likely be folded into the Land Bank 501c3 once it is established. Lastly, in terms of housing, we want to follow the recommendations of the affordable housing study that was just done with the planning department. These recommendations are included already, and then there are some other ones, and our goal is to work with them and collaborate on following those recommendations. A crucial area of focus also is prevention. We want to create a group of discharge planning liaisons. The goal here would be to formulate a specific group made up of service provider staff that will be tasked with developing contacts within foster care, corrections, hospitals, and other facilities, so that we can develop better formal procedures, ideally weeks to months in advance, so that people are not discharged into homelessness when they leave. We want to develop transitional housing for ex-offenders. The goal is to develop a 2-year transitional housing program for people being discharged from correctional facilities. This would involve intensive case management services to help locate employment and permanent housing as they transition back into a normal routine. We also want to develop an eviction prevention and diversion program. A program that would ensure tenants have legal representation in eviction hearings, coupled with rental assistance and a rehousing program to help people stay in their units or relocate in cases where evictions cannot be prevented. Oklahoma has the 20th highest eviction rate in the country, and programs like this in other cities have been able to reduce eviction as much as up to 80%. Next slide, please. Thank you. In terms of other prevention strategies, we want to increase and expand low barrier employment options. Low barrier employment options are easier to access than traditional employment and require very little initial training. These programs help address homelessness, help with sustaining housing, and help employees move into more skilled employment. A goal is to expand current low barrier employments like curbside and launch A Better Way, which just happened 2 weeks ago. We also want to advocate for the refiling and passage of House Bill 3710 and/or similar legislation. House Bill 3710 essentially would have helped level the playing field a little bit more between landlords and tenants. For example, if a landlord did not make the essential repairs, a tenant could withhold payment until they were made without an eviction. Currently, they cannot do that. Our last area of focus is on outreach, engagement, and case management. We want to focus on expanding intensive case management and outreach. It's similar to a program called PACT that provides intensive case management, meeting people where they are in camps and locations. It's very successful, but only with clients with mental health concerns are eligible. This strategy would expand a similar outreach program, but remove that mental health requirement so that it can serve more people. We also want to enhance our use and access of HMIS, the database that we all use. HMIS is our database that all of the providers that the city funds and many that we don't fund use to enter client data. It helps us track client data as well as program progress and share information between programs. This improves case management. This strategy will streamline access by reorganizing our current continuum and then help expand licenses and training for organizations not currently using the database. We want to focus on case management training and professional development. We want to develop onboarding curriculum for new case managers, as well as ongoing centralized, standardized training to ensure high-quality services among all programs. We also want to create a mobile services team. This is an outreach program that would be able to provide healthcare services to people in the field rather than them having to get to a clinic. Sometimes dental and mental health are also included in this, and we're looking at different models. The last slide is that we want to expand the peer support mentor program. Peer support mentors are people who have gone through the recovery process and are employed to help others experiencing similar situations. Many organizations currently have peer recovery support specialists, and it's very effective. Implementing this strategy will expand these programs among service organizations. Before we have any questions, I just wanted to share a couple updates as to where we are right now. I've been here a little bit over a month, but a lot of the strategies have already been in the works of being implemented. In terms of HMIS, we have secured a data manager who will help train and get more licenses to more agencies throughout Oklahoma City for a streamlined approach. We're really excited about A Better Way. It launched 2 weeks ago. The first week, the van went out. How it works, just to kind of give you an idea, is the van goes out 3 days a week. And 3 of those days, participants that are panhandling or experiencing homelessness are able to get onto the van, work to help beautify the city, clean up litter around the city. They get a lunch from Regional Food Bank, and they hear from a case manager who is with Mental Health Association Oklahoma. They hear about the services that they can connect with, and then they get paid at the end of the day. So our first week, we had 18 participants. We had 5 that identified as females, 13 that identified as males, 10 reported being unsheltered, and 6 living in shelters. 17 of those 18 participants followed up with Mental Health Association for services. So when we're looking at the long-term solution of better employment, removing those barriers to get their ID, to get transportation to employment, they are connecting with a case manager. So it's not just one ride on a van, but it's really connecting to resources to break down those barriers. It also was mentioned that Oklahoma City was awarded as a site for the Youth Homeless Demonstration Program. This award was over $2 million specific to youth. This will create sustainable funding source for youth, and it really is tied in prevention when you think about working with youth who will not then enter chronic homelessness. The last thing is we're in discussion with Mental Health Association Oklahoma and expanding our street outreach efforts soon. Those are all the strategies I have. I know it was a lot, but our team is available if you have any questions.
Wonderful presentation. Are there any questions or comments?
I got a couple of questions. I love the term implementation manager because that's the key in my mind is implementation. And so when you have healthcare providers, law enforcement, nonprofits like North Care, City Care, City Rescue, Mission, et cetera, how do we get them all on the same page where we're all pulling in the same direction? And once we start doing that, how do we quantify our success? Will you have periodic meetings with these groups to make sure we're all rowing the boat in the same direction? Will you try to quantify our success in some form or fashion that you can report back to the city council your success?
Sure, I can answer that, Jared, if you want to share as well. Yeah, one of the things that I really was thankful for in the strategies is there's already measurements in place. I think one of the biggest things will be quarterly making sure we're looking at all of the measurements. So for each of the strategies, there's measurements in place. As you mentioned, there's a lot of different providers and a lot of streamlining that needs to happen. There already are some ways that I think the city and partnerships like the HOT team as well as nonprofits collaborate monthly in the Coalition to End Poverty, for example. I think that's where we'll then be able to tie in private funding and philanthropy as well so that they know what the nonprofits are doing and vice versa. I do think the measurements will be something that I'm just now in the process of developing. I've been here about 5 weeks, so still have a lot to learn in that, but I'm excited that there's already measurements laid out. And to me, even as we're looking at, for example, a Better Way that launched, my goal is we've done 1 week. What does that look like? What do we need to ask that we're not asking? What are the things we need to look at a month from now and then 3 months from now? That's my context. Jared, if you want to share anything in terms of the measurements.
I really don't have much more to add to that unless you have some more questions on it.
Yeah, the other question I had was I'm intrigued by this new youth homeless transition program, $2 million, the source of the funds, where it will operate out of. And then I'm also kind of curious about the Samaritan program. If you could expand on those two programs, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I can a little bit with the youth homelessness demonstration program. Jared was more involved in that. From my end, in the past, being a shelter director for transition age youth, what I will say is this is just so exciting to think that our city was awarded. I know that Oklahoma, this is the first time I believe that we've ever received it. And so really thinking through, one of the things that I feel is so important, transition age youth are 17 to 24 or 25. And when you look at most of those youth that have experienced significant trauma, they're going to need those services and that extra assistance as they look to permanent housing. So many of them, though they're college age, maybe don't have family or mentors. And so the provider agencies often act as that. They want to connect them with mentors and other people. But to me, when I look at the supportive services and then the money that will go to transitional housing, I think it's phenomenal. I can let Jared speak a little bit more to the details.
Yeah, some of the technical details on it. This is a highly competitive grant that we've been trying for years. And actually next year is the last year they actually put the application out. So we got extremely lucky to get it this year. It was on our list to actually hire a grant writer for next year, but thanks to Ms. Tarpley here, we got it this year. And got more than we expected. Yeah, that does deserve applause.
Can we make the...
HUD made the award to us. Essentially, the program operates like our Continuum of Care grant, which is what provides all our permanent supportive housing funding. That's for all of our chronically homeless, those housing units. And it's sustainable, so we can apply. We essentially have to submit our application every year, rank our projects based on the performance, and then we get the funding reallocated so that we make sure we don't have people becoming homeless again. This one is like that, except specifically for youth. And for the first several years, it will operate like that. That will reapply, and then we put together a community plan for youth services, and it will provide sustainable operational funding for many of our programs like the CSU Transitional Housing, the Pivot Transitional Programs, and those case management streamlining that we were talking about, as well as several other programs we have on tap that we've been working on for a long time. This was our primary concern. We do have grants that, while they sometimes can take a long time and some of our projects don't always get them, we do have a lot of programs that can actually help us construct a lot of our buildings and whatnot for some of these projects. Sustainable operations is the problem. And now we have sustainable operations for, it appears, these programs, because this should take us well into the future. And after it expires in 2 years, they roll the youth program into our Continuum grant. So our overall balance for Continuum just significantly increased. They just added another $2 million to it specifically for youth services. So that should provide a significant dent in what we can do and basically the gap that we had for youth service programming.
Good news. I know you've only been on the job for 5 weeks, but will you both come back periodically and give us updates as to your success?
Of course.
Definitely.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, and it's really just to confirm Councilman Stonecipher's request. I would like to see the measurable outcomes as soon as they can be determined. You know, it's important to have those in place to determine whether or not the program's successful. I don't want it to be based upon the amount of money spent, but the actual outcome. So I would appreciate that on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll do that.
I would just like to express my gratitude to Aubrey, Jared, Stacy, all the staff that have worked on this over the last like 2.5 years now. And all of the folks that have been part of the task force. It's been a long process, but I think we've come up with some really great recommendations that are pretty tangible and actionable, and I appreciate that because so often I worry that plans like this will sort of get put on a shelf somewhere and it's like, oh, we did a thing, but we didn't really invest in the solutions that we've been recommended. So I just appreciate Bob and Sue Ann and sort of taking this on and getting everyone involved. I do want to just say, I think so often with homelessness, it is very easy to depersonalize it and just sort of think that, well, it's not me, it's not my family, I could never end up there. And I think it's just really important to remember that people that live outside are just that. They're people and they're neighbors. And that while they might sometimes engage in behaviors that are difficult for us to understand or exhibit behaviors that are maybe intimidating or scary, that doesn't mean that they're difficult to interface with. So often it can just take some eye contact and a hello to engage someone, and regardless of their different circumstance, like Lindsay mentioned, their different sort of road that they've had in life, that doesn't mean that they're sort of automatically other than us. So I want to always insert that into the conversation because I do think it's very easy to talk about this as a very broad, sort of broad brush issue, but everyone who has ended up living outside or who has been housing insecure, the only thing they have in common is that they live outside. The experiences, their hopes, their dreams for their life are myriad. And so I hear a lot from people in our community that does paint a lot of people who live outside with that broad brush as that, they're all mentally ill or they're all on drugs or they're all criminal. And I think that does a disservice to the difficulty of surviving for a lot of folks that might have some of those experiences in their life. But the things that we've done in criminalizing existence for people and them just trying to survive sometimes rather than providing some of these collaborative supports, I'm hopeful that this will take us in a different direction. And I think in particular, I've recently been made aware of a task force with the Criminal Justice Advisory Council. I don't love the name of it. It's called the High Utilizers Task Force, and I think it's would be more aptly named the people vulnerable to rearrest, because it's the people who have a high number of bookings into our county jail. I think 18 out of the top 20 on that list are in our homeless management information system. which is not a shock to anyone who follows these issues, and that it's because they are vulnerable to being outside, being arrested for trespassing, being intoxicated in public, or those sorts of things where if they had a home, maybe some of those things could be mitigated. And so I'm hopeful that even looking at a list like that people coming together and saying, what are the root causes of these folks being booked over and over into our jail, and recognizing the trauma and barriers that come along with that, to then even getting to that next step in their life. So I'm really hopeful that this is a great first step, and just looking forward to all the work to come, and just appreciative of all the people who put the effort and the time into this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Lindsay, thank you for your presentation, your humanity. And then to Assistant City Manager McDermott, inasmuch, I see Bob, hey, I thought I saw Sarah earlier. Sue Ann, thank you, the Arnall Foundation. Jared, just, you all have, it's been an honor to work with you these last several years, and to kind of, for me, more importantly, to learn from each of you. There was so much I did not know about homelessness, and specifically its root causes, that I really, it took Touring Homeless Alliance, I think Dan is here, it took Touring Homeless Alliance during my election, and if anyone's watching right now who feels like homelessness is a major concern for our city, because, spoiler, it is, please reach out to Dan. Take a tour of Homeless Alliance. See the works. I learned a lot from just taking that tour and shutting up and listening. So thank you for the lessons you've taught me for the last few years, and I'm very excited that we're gonna have a checklist that's not gonna sit on a shelf. And I just think that's critical, and you're gonna hear me say that again when it comes to the recommendations with the Community Policing Working Group, and with Vice Mayor Nice's Human Rights Commission, and with Mayor Holt's Law Enforcement Task Force. The work we have all done, the citizens, the staff, the nonprofits, the work we've done on these respective groups must not sit on a shelf and gather dust. It must be the works ahead of us. It must be the works ahead of us, and that we check them off. I'm saying it publicly right now because I'm looking forward to checking those boxes. I am looking forward to that. Just two other things I just wanted to add to this, because everything you all said, you have my heart, I'm ready, let's get to work. But I can't help but hear Sam Bowman again in my head, especially after hearing this, where in the conclusion of his letter he said, "One of the concerns I have as I take leave of city government is the increasing demand to continue to do more with less. At some point, we have to reckon with the reality that we must pay for quality services. If we expect to grow and continue to deliver quality services, it simply comes down to no more cuts. And Oklahoma City citizens have proven again and again they are willing to tax themselves to improve the quality of life for all people in our community." The other quote is from Martin Luther King Jr., who, as I am to understand, annually people love to quote this man. So let me join the chorus. "It's all right to tell a man to lift himself up by his own bootstraps, but it is a cruel jest to say to a bootless man he ought to lift himself up by his own bootstraps." That's MLK. It's not James Cooper, not even Sam Bowman. I would put forward to you that for the 39 years I have been alive on this planet, we have taken an approach of cruelty, a lack of empathy, where we have defunded public education, we have defunded access to mental health care, we have defunded attainable, affordable housing. So when I hear people tell me, and it's not a majority, it's not even close to a majority in Ward 2, because the majority of Ward 2 is an empathetic people, good people, who understand the complexities of this world. I know I've spoken with them. But there are some people who will tell us, move these people, move them, get rid of them. Go pull themselves up by the bootstraps as if they haven't heard MLK. I would say back in return, we've taken your approach for 4 decades, and that's why we're in the crisis we're in right now. We must take a different approach. The time is now. These children who are facing homelessness and higher suicide rates and sex trafficking, these previous approaches have put those babies in harm's way, and I'm tired of it, and I will not do it because we have some boxes to check, and I'm ready to check them alongside you.
Thank you. I'll keep my comments brief. I just want to express my gratitude as well to Mr. Ross, Ms. Arnall, for your efforts in leading this task force, and to Ms. Aubrey, as well as to you both in front of us for the work that you're doing. And I think it's very crucial for us to realize that during this process, we had to pivot because of COVID. And it exacerbated, as we heard the word expressed, what our concerns and our desperate needs are for our city and our residents that are unsheltered. So with that, the plan shifted as much as it needed to in order for us to truly meet the need and to complete this work. So I think we're all looking forward to the implementation process of what is to come. So we really appreciate you all. I do have one citizen that signed up to speak. I had 2, and Ms. Arnall, did you want to? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I do have Dan Strawn, who has signed up to speak. Would you like to be heard, sir? Okay, no problem at all. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Really appreciate the leadership on this and all the work from the task force as well as the staff working on this, and look forward to this together. You know, there's not a solution to dealing with homelessness and helping people in homelessness, but there are solutions, and it's going to take a team to do that, of all these partners that are gathered together. So I appreciate the leadership here and the commitment to the future. Thank you all.
The next item I have is item 8N, Councilperson Cooper.
Thank you. Just requesting an update on where we are with the historic Britton District. I know that Councilwoman Nice and I have the honor of sharing the stewardship responsibilities with the good people of the board, and just wanted to hear where we're at and next steps, please.
Thank you, Councilman. Eric Wenger, Public Works Director, Oklahoma City. The item AN in front of you today is actually a resolution waiving the consultant selection procedure. It's going to help us add not just the engineer to the project, but it's also going to combine the Better Streets, Safer City, Old Britton Street Enhancement Project with a 2017 bond resurfacing project that's also on Britton Road. So this is going to help us put both of those 2 projects, 1, the Better Street enhancements, and then 2, the 2017 bond resurfacing under 1 contract. The engineer that we're recommending is one that is Atkins North America. They've done a lot of work already on the Better Street Safer City program. And with that, your approval today, they'll proceed with that design officially, incorporating also the resurfacing so that it'll help fund part of the improvements. The total expenditure on the Old Britton project is expected to be about $2 million. The design won't be finished for several months as we engage the community, but we are expected to go into construction in 2022.
Does this include the sidewalks? Because I know that was a concern as well in this area.
So a lot of that hasn't been determined just yet as we reach out to the stakeholders. I mean, one of the things that was really important to them was walkability, but also on-street parking and lighting. We're going to be bringing that preliminary report to you hopefully in the spring of 2022 so that you'll see all of the different elements that the stakeholders are desiring. Also, while we meet the project budget and seek the council's approval so that we can finish the construction plans and move it forward. So we don't know just yet, but yes, that is one of the priorities is the pedestrian activity.
So I thank you for that clarification, and thanks for that question, Vice Mayor. I know we've already had someone reach out to us wanting us to think a bit more about the bike lane infrastructure up there, someone from the board. And then I'm also thinking about the street enhancement from the bond this year that we approved on Chartel, connecting to Britain all the way down to, I believe, Northwest 63rd Street. I'd like to the best of our ability, see if we can't coordinate the street enhancement that's coming on, did I say Chartel? I'm so sorry. Classen, forgive me. Classen Boulevard from Britain all the way down to Northwest 63rd. Because in my mind, we have an opportunity. I know this might sound like, whoa, what? But that's why I got it confused. There's a Chartel street enhancement project, as Director Winger knows, that will pick up from Northwest 50th all the way to downtown into Councilwoman Hammond's ward, right? And then that gap from Northwest 50th to Northwest 63rd, we have this Deep Fork Trails project. That means that someone could bike from downtown Oklahoma City, once all of this is done, to the historic Britain district safely. And so I'd like to see what we can do to try and coordinate what's going to happen there in the Britain district with that Classen to Britain to 63rd. Is that something we can chat about as well?
So I think we can look at that, obviously, for the bike enhancement and the bicycle program for Oklahoma City. We're looking at Bike Walk OKC, and Planning and Public Works are working very closely together on implementing that as well.
Okay.
Some of those projects are bond, some of those are better streets, some of those are future projects. But yes, I think if there's a project that is funded that we can look at that connection today, we can make that happen. If it's something that's in the future, we're just gonna have to look forward and accommodate it when it's available, when it's ready.
My final question is, how does the funding in MAPS 4 for placemaking complicate this? Or not complicate it in a bad way, but as you recall in the resolution, we specified Britain District as one of the districts. And of course, this was before the excess sales tax and stuff of Better Streets, but what does the MAPS conversation bring to this, I guess, is my question.
You know, David Todd, the program manager, would be best probably to respond to that, but obviously with the implementation plan being most recently approved, with subcommittee meetings getting ready to begin, I think that discussion starts there. So again, as we look at the prioritization of projects and those actual schedules, if there is a MAPS 4 project that coincides with a bond or a Better Streets project, we will absolutely coordinate those together at the same time, but I'm not aware of the current MAPS 4 schedule for individual projects. I think that's yet to come and to be presented.
Mr. Todd, if you're listening out there in the ether, there is language around this, so yes, we need to have that conversation. And yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Winger, you might as well stay there for item AQ. I know this is something that has been brought to our attention for quite some time, and you may be the best person for this. Am I correct?
Yes,
Okay,
I can answer item AQ also.
Thank you so much. Just
Yes,
an update where we are.
Wonderful. So item AQ is an agreement between the City of Oklahoma City and MetroTech. This is for actually some drainage enhancements and repairs that are necessary at Martin Luther King and Northeast 36th Street. MetroTech owns a private lot that's on the northwest corner of 36th and Martin Luther King, and one of those pipes has failed. There's actually a sinkhole, but it provides for the drainage for both Northeast 36th and Martin Luther King. So there's an interest for the city to help assist with those repairs. What you're receiving today is the agreement to actually receive temporary easements to allow the city to temporarily access that private property to make the temporary repair. There's also a permanent easement that's attached to this. We're seeking an easement that's being donated by MetroTech. It's going to give us the new alignment for a new storm sewer to be planned and built by Oklahoma City that would be within the street right away. So with your approval of this agreement today, we'll make the temporary repairs to make sure that the streets stay drained. But in the future, we'll be planning a new bond or some other type of funded project to improve the drainage with a new city system.
Okay, and I know I had asked our city manager yesterday as we were prepping for this, that this is going to help ease the concerns of those sinkholes and the manholes that we were talking about in that particular area, correct?
It should improve that, yes. So the pipe that is damaged is causing some of that concern, and so
Okay.
us being able to repair that pipe should alleviate that.
Okay.
I'm just mentioning there is a longer-term plan because the pipe is an older pipe. It's on private property. We're not planning to go back and maintain it in the future. The plan is to actually replace it completely with new infrastructure.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll see what happens with that. Up next, I do have item BG and Councilwoman Hammond.
Yeah, I was just hoping that we could hear a little bit about this item and kind of what measurable outcomes that we receive on a regular basis from this investment in the Oklahoma County Justice Advisory Council.
Sure. Tim Tartabano is here he's the Executive Director of the Criminal Justice Advisory Council, who we're contracting with in this professional service agreement. I'll just let him give us an update on the information that he provides both to the city as well as to the Criminal Justice Advisory Task Force or Council.
Thank you all for having me. Good to see you again. This is the first time I've been in front of you since the election, so let me congratulate Councilman Carter and Councilwoman Young. And so this item is for the annual renewal. The CJAC, the Criminal Justice Advisory Council, was created by 4 governments: Oklahoma County, Oklahoma City, Edmond, and Midwest City. And it was a 5-year term in end of 2017. And each year we have to renew the agreement to continue the work of the CJAC, bringing the 4 partners together to address really 2 items. Everyone focuses a lot on the jail, but it's really the court process system and the jail. I look at it as 2 mountains that have to be climbed, and one is the court processes and one is the jail. And so if you have specific questions, I mean, let me first just say, the city has been a tremendous partner in this process. One of the things I point to regularly is that all 3, Oklahoma City, Edmond, and Midwest City, through their police chiefs, through their councils, have implemented policies and procedures to really help us address some of the overcrowding that the Vera Institute for Justice talked about in 2016 and 17 with the partnership of the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce. One of the things that they cited was the high number of municipal offenders that are in the county jail. These are offenders that only have a municipal charge but are spending extended periods of time in the Oklahoma County Jail. That number in that 2016-17 timeframe was well over 100, as high as 150, 200. And the majority of those were frankly Oklahoma City's, because you all are the biggest city in the county. And because of the programs that have been implemented, Edmond and Midwest City did similar efforts. That municipal jail count has been reduced. Today it's about 12. And Oklahoma City, I think, has about 10. War Acres has 1. Valley Brook has 1. And so that's a tremendous reduction. But more importantly, to your point, Councilperson Hammond, these are lives that didn't need to be affected by the jail that we were able to move. And so the cities have been tremendous partners. Each of the 3 city managers sit on the council along with 1 county official. Each of the 3 police chiefs are actively involved, including Chief Gorley. And then the presiding judge for municipal court, Judge James, and the court administrator, LaShawn Thompson, also sit on it because of the important role you all have in the city. And finally, I have to say, Clerk Simpson is our clerk as well, and she does an outstanding, excellent job. Kenton Zoodle and Amy also help, Amanda Carpenter, help with that as well, and Mr. Wiley Williams has helped as well. So we're very grateful for the work that's done by the city, but you all should be encouraged that part of how we've reduced the jail population dramatically is because the city has been very active in looking at alternative ways to still keep people accountable, but also not keep people in the jail unnecessarily.
Got that on. Thank you for all of that. So can you tell us what, I guess you might not know today's count, but kind of in general what the population of the jail was when this council was chartered? I don't know if that's the right word, but begun, and then what it's kind of on average is at the moment?
Yes, and I can provide you all the annual report from FY20. For a long time, 2 decades, the jail has had serious overcrowding. It was built in 1991, 1,200 maximum security single cells. Again, the design has come into a lot of scrutiny regularly as we are having a consultant look at what are future options. But a jail should not be a maximum security facility. A jail should be a temporary holding facility for people that need to be held because they're not able to be with our public because of public safety while they're awaiting their trial. But if they can, if they're not a flight risk and they're not a threat to the public, then they should have a bail and bond or program options to be released to ensure they can make it back to court. In the late 90s, early 2000s, the sheriff added a second bed, so the 1,200 population bed single cells went up to 24. They regularly were at that 2,400 number or above. And so just an example, on June 30th, 2009, the count was 2,617. On June 30th, 2004, the count was 2,617. On June 30th, 1999, the count was 2,200. On June 30th, 2015 even, that count was 2,468. That 2015 timeframe was when the Vera report and the Chamber Task Force started, and they started making recommendations even before their report came out, and the jail population started decreasing. In June 30th, and I picked June 30th because that's the end of the fiscal year, at that time we did not have the ability to do averages because the jail's IT system did not track averages. June 30th, that count was 2,237, so it already had come down a little bit. By 2019, for FY 2019, that number was 1,663, and for FY 20, that number was 1,624. COVID, we were just actually getting under 1,600 before COVID. COVID had a spike, dropped dramatically when everything was locked down. Then we had the problem that DOC wasn't accepting. Once a jail detainee is sentenced, they get transferred to DOC supposedly within 45 days. It doesn't always happen in 45 days, but DOC tries. During COVID, they were not taking anyone, so our DOC count went all the way over 400, and we were in that 1,800 to 1,900 range again, which we had not been in about 18 months. That number has come back down. We still have a higher number of DOC detainees that we did before. It's now about 225. Before COVID, it was about 175, 80. So we're plus 100 there. Today's count was around 1,700, so 200 of that is DOC that really should not be in our jail. One of the other areas is we continue to look at jail population reduction, and I'm glad you brought up the High Utilizers Task Force, and just so you know, I don't really like that term either, but that's the Vera Institute report classified them, and so they're a well-known national organization on justice reform, and that was the term they used. So it's probably a good note for me to think about. Should we come up with a better
You might need to write them a letter.
term? But that was what Vera called it, so I used their terminology from the report, so we could do apples to apples.
Sure.
That number is over 1,100 people, and that cohort represents people that have been booked into the jail 6 or more times in the last 3 years, going back to July 1, 2018. That's almost the size of the jail, 1,200 itself. I think as we break those cohorts down of who are these 1,159, we're going to see different shades of who they are, and that maybe then we can come up with better terminology to address those. We do see some that are homeless. We do see some that are addicted, mental illness. Those are not surprises to any of you. But we also are seeing currently in custody, there's about 180 of those what we call high utilizers. Several of them are not your people that have been in the jail, like those 18 out of the 20, 25, 30, 40 times they've been booked in the jail just for 3 years. I was looking at the chart yesterday. There are several of those that are 8 times booked in, 9 times booked in for things like possession, a burglary of a dwelling. And I think those are where we have the opportunity to really make some progress. North Care has been actively participating with us in developing what they call offender screenings, which are the screenings that allow people to get into drug court, remerge, and community sentencing. And we are looking at how do we fast forward those screenings to a quicker, shorter time where they have to wait. And they already have some ability, staffing-wise, to help increase the number of offender screenings and move people into programs. Ultimately, it gets to the point where we have to allow that person to make the decision to be in a drug court or in community sentencing or at remerge. The stories I hear all the time are people that say, I finally had to hit rock bottom, and then I was ready for remerge, or then I was ready to go to the diversion hub. And the diversion hub has also been a great benefit. And that brings me to the last point I'll make. Sorry to go on, but your all's work with MAPS 4 is a tremendous, the community piece in that MAPS 4 implementation plan. The diversion hub, Sue Ann Arnall is one of our members. Dan Strawn of the Homeless Alliance is also on the CJAC. Those pieces, especially the 2 mental health crisis centers and the substance abuse center, are going to do a great work to helping us move the mental health population out of the jail, hopefully never having them come in. In the future, we hope to do some things with the facility where we can beef up our entrance assessment so that we're hopefully diverting people before they even come into the jail, and that's part of what we're considering with the facilities options that that we're looking at on the facilities subcommittee looks at that.
Okay. Thank you. And then I just have maybe 1A, 1B more questions. The first, I guess, is do you all have a estimate or average of how many people are held in the jail who are eligible for, say, a bond, but are just there because they are unable to pay that bond, or the percentage that they're supposed to pay to be released?
Yep. We just now got that. So one of the other things that the CJAC has, that the VEER Institute said, was that even when they produced their report late 2016-17, they said, we don't really have good data on what the sheriff at the time could provide us. And one of the things they recommended was a data upgrade and a data subcommittee to manage some of that. So just recently, the sheriff, the previous sheriff, started the process of a data upgrade because they had to comply with federal requirements. The data system we were using prior to March 2021, just now, was from 1999. So it was not compliant with the federal law enforcement standards that have to be redone in 2022. So they had to do it. The jail trust took that over, managed that, and as of April 1st, we've now started having, that's how we found this high utilizer cohort, was because that was in the VEER report, and I wanted to find out what does that number look like today versus what it looked like in 2017. The low bond amount is something we can and we will be able to produce on our new dashboard that we're working on through the data subcommittee that is co-chaired by our great city manager and Mark Nance, a private citizen with American Fidelity. The two of them have helped us. We have hired, the CJAC has hired Oklahoma Policy Institute to do our data consultant. They have a program called Open Justice Oklahoma, and they had a specific staff that we work with to look into that. One of the dashboard pieces will be that low bond amount. But let me just say to that, we've been blessed with numerous organizations that are helping us. I mean, we don't just go from 2,300 to 1,600 or 1,700 because a city implements a policy. That's a great step, and that public policy issue has to be there. But we've been blessed with groups like the Diversion Hub team and those others I mentioned before. Those caseloads represent largely people who would have been in the jail, who are now in programs, which is one of the things that these programs talk about all the time. Recovery works, treatment works, accountability works, and when you have a judge and a service provider helping you, you tend to have the ability to have success if you're committed to that, if you've hit that rock bottom and you're ready to keep going and changing yourself. One of the groups related to low bond is called the Bail Project. And what they are here in Oklahoma City, they're a national organization. They started in Tulsa. And what the Bail Project does is looks at people of bonds of $5,000 or less and bonds them out, then helps them make sure they get services they need, and that's where they partner sometimes with the Diversion Hub or the Homeless Alliance to get those services. North Care, obviously, Red Rock, Hope. And then they keep them going to court, and once their case gets downgraded or dismissed, they get that bond money back. So it's a revolving fund, and then they go and bond someone else out. They are a great organization. They just started right when COVID started, so we haven't, they are not as robust as they were in Tulsa prior to COVID, but they're making great strides, and they have staff on hand here that looks at the jail roster regularly every morning and then works on getting them out. So that was your 1A.
Okay, so sort of related to that, I just kind of wanted to get a sense from you of what you're seeing with all this work about what is, at this point, what is the biggest impediment to reducing that population, that next level, especially for those folks that maybe they just don't have the ability to pay, but their threat to public safety, I guess, is not the issue of them being in the jail or staying in the jail until their court date, I suppose.
So I think in the current conversation about the structure of the jail, I think something that people overlook is that the structure is so deficient that the ability to provide services to those in the jail is physically not possible. One of the key areas that we're looking at in a facility upgrade is the intake center, because there really is not a place for a offender screening or a mental health assessment. The medical area where they do those is just wide, and some of you have been in the jail and have seen it, is wide open. You're exchanging HIPAA information with multiple people all around you. It's also not COVID friendly. There's no way in our intake system or in our holding tanks and intake to resist COVID. And so one of the pieces we're looking at is a new assessment center and intake center, whether that would be in an annex, whether that would be in an upgraded renovation of the current facility, or whether that would be in a new facility, to have a more COVID-resistant, where there is area for spacing. You're not in a labyrinth of stations where literally you could be exposed over and over again. And then if you're in a holding tank waiting, you're with multiple other people. The jail and the turnkey, our medical provider, has done a tremendous job of bringing back down those COVID cases that we discovered when the trust took over after the previous sheriff left. And now after the spike, they're coming back down. But the assessment ability is very limited. Folks at the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services have said both for pre-intake and in custody, the ability to do offender screenings to assess their mental or addiction needs is very limited, and they would like expanded space. The other issue that's come up as we've dreamed about what does a new intake and assessment area look like is these programs, Diversion Hub, Team, Remerge, Community Sentencing, would all have, sort of like at Palomar, all have seats in the offices there. So at intake, they're having a staffing, if you will, on where should these individuals go. And so they're already working on that staffing. Now that we have the data and the ability to sift through a 1,600 jail roster and pull out those that are minimum security, those that are there on drug possession charges, those with low bonds. This is all data we've never had access to before, and so I'm encouraged that as the blessing of our robust organizations joins with our IT system, that will be able to pick out cohorts of people that don't need to be there. And then frankly, something else that we really, on the county level, that we need help on is really moving cases through the system more quickly. We focus so much on the diversion piece, but there's also that backdoor piece. There are people who are violent offenders, who are threats to the public, and the court system needs to determine if there's proof of guilt, and then Department of Corrections needs to take those. The court system has worked to give us 200 people that have been convicted or pled, and now we're working with the Department of Corrections. How do we speed up that process so the back door isn't shut and we can reduce that? The final thing I'll notice from the annual report, and I'll send this to the city manager so he can share with you all. The new annual report will be coming out at the end of October. But because of the work of the CJAC and its partner organizations, the number of people going to the Department of Corrections from Oklahoma County has dropped significantly over the last 3 years. In FY 2018, the number of people was 2,334. In FY 2019, that number dropped by about 300 to 2,043. And again, in FY 20, that number was 1,699. That 1,699 number I'm not convinced of, because if COVID impacted how many we were sending to DOC, but at least we see that the number of people going to the Department of Corrections from Oklahoma County is on a downward slope. And for the larger state goal, whether it's the governor or the legislature or the people through 780 and 781 of reducing the prison population, if Oklahoma County and Tulsa County and Cleveland County and Lawton, Comanche County can do our part of reducing the number of people going to the Department of Corrections, then that number of prison overcrowding will drop, not just through commutations or pardon and parole board, but because we've done our job up front in Oklahoma City, Edmond, Midwest City, Oklahoma County, of addressing justice issues well. And so that's a trend that I'm very optimistic we can continue, especially as we get our MAPS 4 pieces coming online in 24 and 25.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you all for all that info.
Jim, I think a lot of the problems that the county jail experiences currently could be reduced or even resolved with a brand new facility. So what's the current estimate in terms of cost of a new facility? Over $100 million?
So that's a great question, Councilman Greenwell, and that's why we hired FSB to help us go through a process of consulting on studying what the current jail size is. We gave the CJAC facility subcommittee that's co-chaired by Dan Strawn and Sue Ann Arnall, gave FSB three questions. What is the current look, configuration, logistics cost of a renovation? For a long time, people have said, we don't need a new facility, we just renovate the 13 stories that we have.
Right.
Another new idea is, with some of the federal ARPA money that's available, could we build a smaller annex to address some of these critical needs? No medical unit.
Right.
I should correct that. There is a medical unit in the jail, but the jail was not designed with a medical unit in it. It was designed to have off-housing medical care. When that agreement didn't work out, they had to retrofit the 13th floor to provide medical care. So that's where we are right now.
Right.
The opening and intake assessment, and then a courtroom or 2 or 3. We have a great system with a judge, a presiding intake judge, Kevin McRae, who sees everyone within 48 hours, usually 24 hours if it's during the week, and he has a personal video interaction with them on bond reduction. So that's another way how we've been able to reduce jail population is he'll say, your bond's $1,000, can you make a $300 bond or a $400 bond? And they do that, and they get out, and they hopefully show up to court in 30 or 60 days. That would be part of the annex, the courtroom, intake, and medical facility. And then the bigger question is, what about just a whole new facility? Is it cost effective to forego renovating a building that doesn't give us the program options we want, or to build a new, smaller annex that is going to still leave us with the building that we don't want? Or should we just bring it up to 2022 standards, go to DOJ and say, look, the city, the county, the citizens have solved this problem on our own? And the question really gets to what kind of configuration do we have in a new jail, and what's the size of a new jail? And we don't have answers to that because we're still listening to the community as to what that size should be. Today, our population's around 1,650. Jail standards are that 80 to 85% is considered full. So if we were to go with just the number we have today, we'd be up over that 1,800, 1,900. We don't know if that's the right number, but we also have to think this is hopefully, if we build a new jail, it's a 20-year, 30-year jail, and so the population we have today is not going to be the population we have. On the flip side, we also are optimistic about the ability to further reduce safely the jail population by bringing them into programs. So we're close to having some recommendations. The CJAC will get a report before Thanksgiving from FSB, and then the CJAC will vote on those recommendations and then forward those recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners and the new jail trust so that they can look at the options. But it's going to include all three of those options and let them have choices related to all three of those options: the renovation, annex, or new jail.
So an answer will be made public prior to Thanksgiving?
Correct. The CJAC, that vote, that meeting in November, I believe it's the third Thursday of the month. I think that's November 18th or 19th. And so we will have a report that comes out that day.
And no estimates at this point?
No what?
No estimates?
We're not, we're crunching numbers, but we're not at the point that we're ready to roll them out.
Have you gone through the steps of estimating the cost to, say, the average homeowner in Oklahoma County?
We are blessed to have found some funding options that we think will not impact you as city council members and your revenue stream related to sales tax. We also believe we've found some options that will not allow the county taxpayer to see any tax increase in their property taxes.
Well, I'll just wait until Thanksgiving then to see what
I mean, I
those
guess the
answers
question
are.
is, if county residents would accept no new taxes to build a new jail, we'd be happy to hear from those citizens.
I don't know how you do it, quite honestly.
We have some great trust attorneys that are helping us with that question.
Well, okay. That's very good to hear. Thank you very much. Appreciate your report.
We do have a citizen that has signed up to speak. Michael Washington, please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Tim. You can fool some of the people some of the time, but not all of us all the time. Let me tell you one thing, sir. Why don't you be real with these people up here? You know Michael Washington go to all y'all meetings that y'all talking about. Now then, you know damn well that's on the table right now that there's a $152 million proposal to build a whole new independent jail facility here in Oklahoma County. Now then, that being the case, and you're already short of manpower to run your 1,200-man facility that you're more than 400 inmates overcrowded already with. Now then, if that costs $43 million to build, and you want to build a facility now over $150 million, sir, you're not going to be decreasing the population. You're going to be increasing the population, aren't you? Especially, why then would it not be another $43 million facility built for 1,200 people then, if you were not intended, looking at a projected date of something, whatever work that y'all done in the criminal justice system. Come on, man. Let me tell y'all something. The Oklahoma Coalition, y'all see that on my back? Against people abuse, this is the organization I represent. And then my organization has been for 10 months out in front of the Oklahoma County Jail, whether you saw it on TV or not, comes every Saturday, the last Saturday of every month. You're going to find my organization out there protesting our righteous indignation about that atrocity that's going on in our Oklahoma County Detention Center. I didn't say detention because the D is not required here. Now then, let me tell you right there, right quick. First of all, to understand the mindset of the people that's running this county jail, you must understand that they have a plan far more wicked than what meets the eye. Accordingly, you say that the jail has increased from 1,200 to 2,400 and on and on and on. Watch this here then. Any other time, a fire marshal would not allow such atrocity to have existed. You're in there to make sure a facility, club, or whatever, is stay with the design capacity. Watch this here. So what do? We must have turned our heads at something, right? So rather than letting someone out, we want to build a 150-man facility now, and in turn, we have more people coming in, and guess what else? We get more money appropriated from private individuals, federal funding, and so forth and so on, but now they want to take some of the money from the CARES Act
30 seconds.
that was designed to give to communities who were struck by the pandemic. You want to give it to this community like that? You got road construction, you got education centers, you got people who are homeless, you got people who need help in their individual community that's going to be robbed of money. Sir, keep it real here, because I'm not going to let you get away with that fantasy, that falsehood, fake, and lie. Now then, one last question and one last bit. Jail, mass incarceration, prisons become incarcerated increasingly. Why? Because it starts in the Oklahoma County Jail, where they keep people in there for years to make money from the wealthy people who in turn are in business.
Thank you, Mr. Washington.
Thank y'all very much. Now, man, time cuts me off.
Thank you. All right, the next item I have is item BI, and that is something that I called forward. And what I would like to do, if you all will approve that, is I'm waiting on a call from HUD pertaining to this particular project. So I'm going to ask that we strike this, and as soon as that conversation is done, I'm happy to bring it back to the council. But in the meantime, I don't want to move forward until I have spoken and received that return phone call from HUD in relation to what has happened with the community, especially in this conversation. So I'm going to ask that we strike this item BI. And I make that motion. Thank you. I don't have BH. It's on here, but I don't have it here. Ward 1. Passes unanimously. Thank you, council members. I don't think I have anything other than that pertaining to the consent docket. So with that, other than the items that we have previously voted on, I will ask for a vote. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 10, the concurrence docket, where we have item A through P, and we can take that with the vote as well. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving. Okay. I'm moving forward. My screen said it. I have passed. All right, again, passes unanimously. We'll move on to items requiring separate votes. And I do want to keep in mind I know we may have, we need at least 7 affirmative votes for a couple of these, so please keep that in mind. We'll move to item A, ordinance on final hearing, recommended for approval, PC 10748, 7600 Northwest 164th Street from AA to R1ZL, Single Family Residential 0 Lot Line. That's in Ward 8.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a rezone that went in front of the Planning Commission. It met with unanimous approval by the Planning Commission. There are no protesters, and it's to permit single-family residential zoning. So I would move for approval at this time, please. Thank you.
We have a motion. In the second, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll move on to item B. This is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, PC 10749, 13730, North Douglas Boulevard from RA2, single family 2 acre rural residential district to RA single family 1 acre. And this is in Ward 7. And I don't see anyone that has signed up to speak. And the purpose of this request is to permit single family residential use and development, and there were no protesters present, so I will move for approval on this item. And we have a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 11C, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, PC 10751, 7720 South Sunny Lane Road from PUD 942 to I-1, and this is Ward 4.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Has anyone signed up to speak? Thanks. This item was approved or recommended by staff as well as Planning Commission with no protests. So with that, I would move for its approval.
Thank you. We have a proper motion and second. Please cast your votes. Mr. Stone? Passes unanimously. Thank you all. Moving on to item 11E. This is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval. D, excuse me, I'm sorry. I was moving fast. Ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval. PC 10752, 16201 North Rockwell Avenue from PUD 1706 to AA. This is Ward 8.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is a rezone that was approved by the Planning Commission. It was unanimous. There are no protests, so I'll move for the approval of this item.
Thank you. We have a proper motion. And second, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now moving on to item 11E, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval. PC 10754, 11601 North County Line Road from R1 Single Family Residential to R2 Medium Low Density Residential District, also Ward 8.
Thank you. This is a rezone to permit duplex development. It was approved by the Planning Commission. There are no protests, so I will move for the approval.
Thank you. We have a proper motion and second. Please cast your votes. Ward 3. Thank you. Passes unanimously. What's on, okay, this side of the room, right here. Moving on to 11F, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval. And this is PC 10755, 2929 South Mustang Road from AA Agricultural to O2. And this is Ward 3.
Do we have anybody signed up to speak?
No, ma'am.
All right, seeing no protests and it was approved by planning, I move approval.
Thank you. We have a proper motion and second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 11G. This is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, PC 10757, 10800 Southeast 29th Street from R1 to C3, and this is Ward 4.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Has anyone signed up to speak on this?
No one has signed up to speak until we get to item J.
All right. This is it's on Southeast 29th Street, just a small commercial area that's already has commercial next door to it. It was recommended by staff as well as the Planning Commission, so with that, I would move for its approval.
Thank you. We have a proper motion and second. Please cast your votes. Approved unanimously. Moving on, item 11H. This is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval. PC 10758, 5700 South May Avenue from O2 to C3, and this is Ward 6.
Yes, this is a ordinance that, rezoning that was approved unanimously by Planning Commission, so I will also move for approval.
Thank you. We have a proper motion and second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on, we have item 11I. This is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, and this is 1901 Southeast 44th Street from R1 to I2 moderate, and this is Ward 7. I do understand the purpose of this request is to permit industrial use and development, and there were no protesters present for this particular zoning request, and I do have one citizen signed up to speak, Mr. Michael Washington. You do not want to speak on this? Okay. Excellent. Then we will move forward with the recommendation. This, again, was approved by the Planning Commission, and I will also ask for approval of this. So we have a proper motion and second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item J. This is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval. There are 7 affirmative votes required for the approval. This is SPUD 1312-201 Northeast 14th Street from R1 Single Family Residential District to SPUD 1312, and this is Ward 7. So what I will do, we have a couple of folks that have signed up to speak. As the council may remember, our last council meeting, I asked that we defer this, and we did have a meeting with the residents of the neighborhood in the area. Also had conversations with the attorney for the applicant, and we do have some of those residents who have signed up to speak today. So I will go ahead and call those residents, and then we will hear from the applicant once more and go from there. So I have first Billy Lewis. And if you would, please state your name, address, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes if possible.
Thank you, Councilman Nice. I appreciate you meeting with us as well. I'm the attorney for a number of the 5 lots that are next to it. I'm also the purchaser of an adjacent property at Northeast 15th, 204, It's about a month from being done, and I'll move into this neighborhood. So this will both be as an attorney, but also as this will be my personal residence. So the objection will be made on both behalves. I do appreciate your time in meeting with us. You know, we talked about our majority of the issues in that meeting and what the neighborhood has. I think it's important to point out that this is not a typical SPUD. This is a single-family R1 zoned lot. And what they're trying to do with it is do a lot split and put three residences on one single R1 lot. It's not a typical SPUD where they've got a whole bunch of property and they're putting in a new development. This is a single-family, most restrictive zoned R1 lot, but they've asked to split it into a minimum of 3 lots and build 3 houses on it. It doesn't fit under your typical lot split, so that's why they're bringing a SPUD forward on this. The primary reason the neighborhood has gotten so far behind why we have 51% is this neighborhood is in a transition stage. I think if you know anything about this neighborhood, there's a bunch of empty lots where people have bulldozed houses, they're building new houses in there, they're doing that work on it. And I think the problem that everybody sees is you've got one developer that's trying to do a lot split through a SPUD. If he gets this passed, then all those other lots are subject to also being lot split in the neighborhood. And so all of a sudden you go from R1 into a bunch of, you know, houses that are just split up on lots that doesn't fit the area, it doesn't fit the use and what the current zoning is at all. And so, you know, as an attorney, I look at it, you know, if somebody comes up 6 months from now and asks for a lot split on this through this SPUD process, and you guys decide to deny it, you know, the genie is out of the bottle at that point. They can run right down to the district court, say it's an arbitrary and capricious decision. So this vote is not only for this lot, it's for another 20 lots that developers will come in and try to split this as well. And so the problem, that's why the neighborhood has all gotten together. Everyone who's been requested has signed and objected to this. We are really opposed to this because I think it takes power away from you, and it completely eviscerates what that neighborhood is. I know the city has said concerns about smaller neighborhoods, smaller areas, smaller homes. There is R2 right next to it that's set for duplex and on the east side. This zoning plat is set up specifically. This developer could have easily bought a property in R2 and R3 that's right next to it, but he didn't. He bought an R1. Now he wants to change the rules, and it affects everyone who lives there. It affects all our property values. I mean, he's talking about 5-foot setback lines from my back fence for my new house. So personally, I object to it, but I think the neighborhood as well has been unanimous in objecting to this, and we would appreciate your vote against this. I'd encourage you to do so, and I thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alan Bennett, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Alan Bennett, 233 Northeast 15th Street. I'm just the next block north of the applicant here. I won't say that Mr. Lewis stole my thunder, but I will reiterate from just a personal standpoint that, you know, if you just look at this in isolation, it's just about a guy wanting to put 1, 2, or possibly 3 houses on a lot. But every one of our neighbors, the way we were able to get 60 signatures in just a night of canvassing our neighborhood was that every one of the people that signs this, I know what you're talking about. I've got a lot right next door to mine. There are 26 empty lots in our little 3-block neighborhood here. And, you know, personally, I live right in the middle. I live in the middle of 15th Street. I've got 7 empty lots within a 3-lot radius of me. Now, do I want 7 new neighbors? Or do I want times 2, 14 new neighbors, or if they split it 3 times, do I want 21 new neighbors? No, the cohesion that we're building as a neighborhood as we get infill is based on the fact that we're going to have R1 people build on, you know, R1 lots being built with an R1 house, a single-family house. And you can just see on this drawing here that to the west of Walnut, R2, 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 along 13th Street, R3, we've got the multi-use. You know, a lot of people say, "Oh, you just want R1 everywhere." No, we've got the mix that we already have agreed to and we like, And the SPUD process is perverting this. People can just come and say, well, I don't want an R1, I want something else. So they go through SPUD and planning. My experience with planning is they pass everything. And so they say, sure, you can put 2 on there, but it's up to you to really answer the question of should. Should we put allow a 3-lot split on this? My wife and I had the great pleasure of going to the Yale Theater in Capitol Hill the night that your mayor, who's not here today, presented for MAPS 4. And when he got to that crown jewel, he said, when I get to the Innovation District, when he got to that piece, he said, news that was good to my ears, happy to my ears, was that it's going to be a collaboration between the businesses that want to locate there, the people that are going to work there, and the neighborhoods that surround this, okay? There is no neighborhood closer, no residential neighborhood closer to the Innovation District than Classen North Highland Park. And it's emblematic that the property value of that lot that's empty right next door to mine went from $19,000 when I moved in 4 years ago. The owner now says he's turning down offers over $150,000. Now, why would it go up from $19,000 to $150,000 for an empty lot? It's because the economic district, everybody can see it coming, and this is just like the first wave of what's going to wash over our neighborhood, in my opinion. And Mr. Lewis said it clearly. If we vote today to say, yeah, lot splitting's okay in Classen North Highland Park, all of a sudden we're going to see multiple of these 25 available lots, 26 available lots. We're going to see more lot splits, and it's going to tear at the fabric of our neighborhood. And I'm hoping that all of you, but I'm hoping that at least our inner city council people, Cooper and Ms. Harmon and Ms. Nice, can recognize the value of what neighborhood cohesion can do. And will this approval of this be a tearing at the fabric of our neighborhood, or will be building? And if it happens more than once, it's going to be tearing at the fabric of our neighborhood. So the fact that you need a supermajority of votes today is going to tell us, and the JFK neighborhood and the Lincoln Terrace neighborhood, who's all watching this and saying, was the mayor really serious when he said he's going to be listening to the neighborhoods? You're going to be showing today whether you're actually listening to us or not. We've got 60 votes that say it's not a good idea on our petitions, and we've got 1 applicant saying, hey, that's what I want to do. So I'm just asking you to choose wisely and support neighborhood cohesion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Last, for the signed up to speak, I have Michael Washington.
Well, what in the hell is wrong with you people around here today? You're just going to come over, first of all, you're going to let this imbecile of an idea, not calling a person imbecile, I don't go that low. I said the imbecile idea of a one-person developer come in and say, okay, resident, to hell with what y'all doing over here. I want to come and do what I want to damn do here. I want to devalue y'all's property and do what the hell I want. I want to put 3 people on a lot. Therefore, I'm going to take away their yardage privilege, inside and out, how much room they got, how much space they got, so that I can bring hotels on different buildings where I can make my money on it. Really? Not only that, but it shows clearly to me that this man is so self-centered and so selfishly inclined that heck with people that's been over there for years. What about the African-American community, people who have already been there? Once again, I've said gentrification is already strongly, it's clearly evident with this statement here in moments time. We'll question. But now you want a man to come in and further to desecrate my community and put 3 people on a lot. And sir, by the way, who the gentleman just spoke, it's not about the number of neighbors, because everybody has a right to live in free America, I'm told. But the point of the matter is you don't let someone on the outside come back and say, well, now I, as an outside developer, I want to come in, change the dynamics of y'all whole community environment and surroundings, and I want to put what I want in here, but watch this here. What comes after that? What other building that comes after? What other businesses come? They're totally wiping away the African-American. Man, we're just here, okay? Like I said, I should have said regentrification, because see, regentrification means white folks coming back over and taking back what they gave up in the 60s. Let's put it like that. And it's no question when we see all this innovation district, this gentrification going on, they want to put more houses in, they want to move blacks out, The same thing that happened in the 80s. Look at that, man. Look at y'all see the idea here? We got a man here, he wants to stand on his own 2 feet. You got 60 people saying, hell no, we don't want you to come over and move us and interfere and threaten our sanctity of what we're living today. Who are you anyway? What other people you got behind you? Where did y'all come from? Istanbul? The hell you think you are? I want to do it. Oh, we didn't have any complaints. Huh? That don't mean nobody that wasn't aware of it and don't want to change things around here, man. Y'all got to look at it. It's more people than just the handful.
30 seconds.
It is us today, the people, and like I said, if I have to file a lawsuit, I'll stop it. I'll delay it. You think I'm blind? Go look at your court records. Michael loved filing lawsuits. Don't mind it, whether I win or lose. You're going to let me know that ain't going to be accepted by you. Nobody out here today. And I mean that. You're not going to totally disregard me no more. My community, African American people, no more. And I mean that. Bottom line, have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Mr. Box?
Yes, ma'am. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. So at the outset, a lot of discussion about 3 lots. One of the agreements that was reached or offered was we were willing to modify the application here today to take it to 2 lots. Additionally, there were some requests as it relates to the 2 lots that we were also in agreement with, that being that both lots would face south towards 14th Street. The garages would likewise have to face to the south. One of the individuals talked about the separation of his lot from the structure on ours. Because we're going to 2 lots rather than 3, we can actually commit to a 20-foot setback from our north property line. Mr. Lewis had indicated that the 5-foot issue, that of course was only when we had the 3 lots. Now that we're down to 2, we can commit to a 20-foot setback from the north. As it relates to the idea that this would create this snowball effect throughout the rest of the neighborhood, it's important. Cindy, would you mind go back to the zoning map? The only reason this works is because it's a corner lot. So you have a frontage on 14th and a frontage on Walnut. If you look at the map, most of the vacant lots are interior lots. You couldn't accomplish this with an interior lot. The 2 frontages are what really makes these unique. There's been several recently, most notably in Councilwoman Hammond's ward, in Linwood, and one other one just north of 23rd. The reason that you're seeing that is because, of course, the comprehensive plan has designated the core as urban medium, where we're looking for infill developments. And what urban medium tells us is in infill developments, we would anticipate densities being at a higher density than what would be realized in the past. It's also worth noting that directly across the street from this, so on 14th Street but facing the north, is a 14-unit apartment building. So putting 2 units in a neighborhood like this where you have apartment buildings and duplexes and triplexes is not uncommon, and so we think that the 2 lots would create a compatible environment. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. It was our hope that going from 3 to 2 would satisfy some. We started at 4 at the Planning Commission phase. Commissioner Pennington asked that we reduce it down to 3, which we did. It was approved, recommended for approval unanimously by Planning Commission, and we're here today to further reduce it down to 2. So we'd ask for your approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just looking at this from a district court litigation perspective, can you tell us in this area, are there, you mentioned apartments, 14 units, are there duplexes, are there quadplexes, are there lot splits? Have we allowed those kinds of things in the past in this neighborhood?
Yeah, in fact, if you look on 15th, you'll see a 4-plex. So there's R3 to our east, so that's triplex, 4-plex. R2 to our west. You've got 14-unit apartment complex to our south. I don't have the number in front of me, but there was a request made, and there were lots of lot splits that have occurred in this. But further, in terms of a district court review, one of the things that a district court looks at is the objective criteria. And so if you look at the comp plan, that's staff recommended approval because the comp plan supports it. Staff recommended approval of the application when we had 4 units. And we're now proposing down to 2 units. So if it was compatible at 4, it's certainly compatible at 2.
And to your point, Councilperson Stonecipher, That was one of my questions after I spoke with the neighbors, because there was the concern of lots split and the precedents being set. And so I asked our city staff to help me to understand if we already have lot splits. And to our records, there are 10 recorded already in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other?
Yes, Mr. Box, do we have any sense of what kind of prices a new resident will face in living in one of these developments here on?
Yeah, so my client, who's here with us, actually intends to live here himself. The reason he started at 4 was it was going to be kind of a family compound. It's since been reduced down to 2, so it's likely to be him and then another family member in the other one. So it's hard to say because they're not going to be sold, right? They're going to be built and lived in on their own.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
So when we're looking at exhibit, is this still on? Yeah. And when we're looking at exhibits C1 and C2, what am I looking at down the rest of the street?
C1 and C2. Oh, so before the Planning Commission, there was a question about setbacks, the desire to keep the front setback and the side setback consistent. And so that's why the Planning Commission required the addition of TE3, and that is building setbacks for both living space and porch shall be consistent with the existing setbacks of the homes within the same block and on the same side of the street. So the purpose of that exhibit was to establish kind of what those setbacks are. We agreed to adhere to the setbacks along 14th, as well as along Walnut.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just say this. I have 2 things I would like to say. Since my name was mentioned earlier as someone who represents with honor the urban core, and specifically Ward 2. Daily on my mind is the study we heard earlier when it came to homelessness, and a couple weeks ago when it came to housing affordability. It is imperative that we think about one of those strategies we saw from the homelessness task force earlier, which is we've got to, and we are in the processes of revisiting our zoning. We're revisiting that. So that's one thing I would say. The second thing I would say is that we know we have a housing shortage, specifically as it relates to 1 to 2 family households. That's not my opinion, and we know that. That's what was presented right here. We know that over the last 10 years, and I know these numbers because, like I said, when I think about this daily, I think about it daily. 19,400 Oklahoma Cityans are in need of a 1 to 2 bedroom home right now. We only have 3,600 units. Something's askew there, right? And so the idea of having developments that are smaller, we heard Lindsay earlier talk about what's going on down in Austin with those tiny homes. Things like that will serve those 19,400 Oklahoma Cityans. It's just true. And we need to be very intentional about what those developments look like. And a lot of those families want to call the urban core home specifically because of all the MAPS investments we've made over the last nearly 3 decades. They want access to public transit. They want access to the park system here. They want access to an urban existence. And that affordability component is essential as well. And restrictive then, often for that demographic, is the residential zoning, residential 1. That home. In Paseo right now, I have learned it is about $214,000 the cost to buy a new home in my neighborhood. Do you know what I absolutely cannot afford as someone who teaches at Oklahoma City University as an adjunct and UCO and serves on this council for $12,000 a year for a grand whopping total of around $31,000 a year. Do you know what I absolutely cannot afford? That $214,000 home. Can't do it. That traditional kind of R1 housing. What I can, and what my friends who are baristas and servers in all kinds of capacities who are making $20 to $30, maybe $40,000 a year, and don't be tricked, they are very much in need. Their numbers are what I said to you earlier. We can't afford these smaller things, and we've got to rethink, friends. We've got to rethink how we are utilizing our land and the homes that are on them and their attainability. So that's we got to think it like that. That's just reality. So, all that said, ultimately, I'm interested in hearing what the Honorable Vice Mayor thinks here, because this is their ward, and I'm inclined to follow their lead. I just think, for the record, we have to note the real need when it comes to housing in our city.
Are there any other questions before? I
Yeah,
speak?
I've got a quick question. Thank
Okay.
you, Vice Mayor. You said you would take it down to 2?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
So the modifications I was proposing, a maximum of 2 dwelling units. Each dwelling unit shall face 14th Street. The garages shall also face 14th Street. A 20-foot setback from the north property line.
So
And
they would still be side by side then? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? Okay.
They'd be oriented the same way. And then we would, the old exhibit had a max square footage based upon 3. We would need a max of 3,200 square feet on the homes. And I believe, Councilwoman Nice, those were we added the 20-foot, but I believe those were the ones we had previously spoke about.
Yes, that is what we spoke about.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Oh, one final question. David, what's the dimensions of the lot size? I know it says it's got 9,000 square feet total. What are you proposing if you split it in half in terms of the width?
Probably just down the middle.
So what would that be?
4,500.
I mean, no, I understand the total number of square feet, but what's the dimensions?
Oh,
The
in
number
terms of
feet.
width, I'm not sure yet. This would just obviously establish densities, and we'd
Yeah.
come back and do that.
These appear to be long in length lots.
So these
Longer than
these are
normal.
slightly bigger than traditional single-family. I mean, what you see now being built in R1 are going to be 6,000 square foot lots.
Right.
These are larger.
But they both will be facing south.
Yes, sir. You'd maintain that orientation of the lots in the homes.
And they both would have garages?
Yes, sir.
Attached?
They're likely to be detached, similar to many historic neighborhoods where you have detached garages.
Okay.
But they could be attached, but whatever, the doors would be facing south.
All right. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
I don't know, I just have two final, I thought I had, or thought I was done. I just have two further questions. One will be for you in a moment. Is it possible to ask the resident who spoke earlier, who mentioned their concerns about the innovation district and stuff, would it be possible to ask them a question? I don't know if that's proper decorum or.
Absolutely. I wanted to address that too, because I want us to also keep in mind as we look at the length of where in the footprint of Innovation District, there are 2 major neighborhoods that will be impacted. So it's not just Classen North Highland Park. It's also Harrison Walnut neighborhood. So I think it's very important for us to realize the impacts of both of those neighborhoods directly as far as that impact of what Innovation District can be.
I believe, forgive me, your name.
Michael Washington.
No,
Mr.
Michael, I'm
Bennett.
quite familiar.
Mr. Bennett.
I didn't know you looked that good. Like you look at this.
We know your name,
Wherever
Mr.
you like.
Washington, very well.
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
So as if it were a coffee chat, you and me. When, I know you've been here throughout the day, so you saw the same presentation I saw. I'm curious what you think of my remarks, and I'm also curious what because I hope you know I share your concern about, my comment about $214,000 for one home. That is a horrifying idea to me, and I don't like it, and I'm worried we're only going to keep going up. So I hope you see we're on the same page there. What would you like to see then here, and what are your neighbors saying you'd like to see here? How do you keep us from going up and up and up in terms of costs? What's your vision?
Well, first of all, I'm a public school teacher.
Me too.
And I bought a house before the Innovation District was on the map, so I was able to get in there and buy one before it's out of my reach now. But to answer your direct question here, is we have the density. If you look at this, we're ringed by R2s and R3s, and we just object to the fact that somebody wants to come and just because they bought a lot that says R1, goes through the SPUD process and said, well, I can flip it to anything I want. If you look at our map, we've got that sort of inner core that's largely R1, and then we've got that multi-use stuff around here, and we're not going to be fighting those other things. If somebody wants to put little homes on them or duplexes or triplexes, that's up to them because it's part of the existing zoning. But we see these little things chipping away, and Mr. Box here has pointed out that, well, you can see that most of them are interior lots. There's actually 5 other corner lots similar to this one, empty right now. This map doesn't really do the empty lots justice. This is an old map. Structures have been torn down. But even just going up Walnut there's 4 of them, and there's one that's on the Stiles side. So it's not like this couldn't happen again. It could happen again. And we would like to see our neighborhood, we mentioned the Innovation District. Fine, we're going to have apartments nearby. We've got Deep Deuce. We've got all sorts of density housing surrounding the Innovation District. Well, why not a residential district that stays residential in its entirety and not chipped away at, not divided? So I don't know if that answers your question, but I'd like to see that. And I'd also point out in counter to your thing that we need lower priced housing. These houses are going to sell for, if they sell them, are going to be in excess of $200,000. So there's no advantage to him building 2 houses there in terms of reducing our access to low-income population.
And the only other thing I will add, if we rolled the tape on map sport, I expressed some drastic concerns about the Innovation District. I am very concerned. I'm hopeful, but I'm concerned. So I just wanted to note that. I worry about what it can do to the surrounding neighborhoods, quite frankly, and people who've already been displaced through the history that we know. So thank you for coming up and talking with me again.
Point out just one other discrepancy, and that is that their existing is 1 duplex. It's listed on the thing up there. It's brand new build just north of this on the opposite side of the street. There are no other current duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes in this neighborhood. They've all been converted to single-family homes. There are no active duplexes, triplexes, or quadplexes in this neighborhood, even though they're zoned for that, and they were possibly originally built for multiple use. Everybody in the neighborhood right now, except for the brand new duplex and the apartment across the street that's got 12 units or 18 or whatever it is, those are our only multifamily things at this time. But the infill could be added with more duplexes, more triplexes, more quadplexes. So it's not like this is going to look just like something else is going on. It's not. It's going to be something very new and very different. And we talk about 10 lot splits. Those were just fudging the lines a little bit this way, a little bit that way. The lots were never split. You won't find a real lot split there. Somebody wanted an extra 5 feet of one of the platted lots, so they took 5 feet. That's not really a lot split. That's just changing the lot line from here to 5 feet. So there aren't any real lot splits that have happened of this nature. So just a clarification.
Thank you.
Again, with the map that I'm showing, and even with me driving by those places, as a definition of what a lot split is, there have been 10. How you define that, fine, with a little here, a little there, but it is defined as a lot split. So that was what I was tasked to ask and answer in the process of me trying to understand if a precedent had already been set and in place pertaining to what we're doing. And I just want to give some history for this particular planning and zoning request application. We have been through this process for over a year. This was presented before as an eightplex in the same area, and we said no. And the reason we said no was because the neighbors asked for the developer to come forward, and he said he would amend, and he did not at that time. So we denied that application request. He afterwards reapplied, as far as this particular application is concerned, applied again for him to do this. He spoke to the neighbors about this when we were in the denial phase because he did not present his plans for us to amend and approve. Here we are now with the new application because he had to be denied first and come back and apply again as this fourplex. Planning Commission, yes, they do. I understand. I want you to pay attention to item K. For those who say they approve everything, they denied the next one. So that's the next zoning application that I have. We have been through the process of continuously working through getting this down to a comfortable place. And I have heard from many neighbors they would be more comfortable with the two. I understand there are some that are not comfortable with anything that he's going to bring forward, quite frankly, because of the things that have happened and occurred in the past. So unfortunately, we have had to deny him in order for him to come back correctly for us to have another conversation with the neighbors in this particular process. This has been a very trying zoning application and request, and in the process of that, the neighbors also lost their beloved president of the neighborhood association. So that tells you how long we've been going through this. I would like us to get to a point today where we can move forward. I drove down in the neighborhood so I could see for myself every single address that is defined as a lot split, so I can understand it for myself to see what it is. So I want you to realize and understand that I have been engaged in this process of being able to understand for myself what this looks like, because we have already had another previous zoning application that we had to go back and forth with Mr. Box on. That was not a pleasant zoning application.
I actually wasn't involved in that one.
Yes, you were. Not this one.
Oh, a different, okay. I was like,
The one we had on 13th Street. You were very
yes.
involved in that.
I was on that one. I was involved on that one.
You were very involved in that. So the reason I bring those up is because I'm very sensitive to this neighborhood for those reasons. Very protective of what could take place for those reasons. I am going to, again, because the only reason I'm going to ask for us to approve this particular application and amend it to 2, and I want to do that first, is because of the definition of what these lot splits are already to set precedents. Otherwise, I would have denied this application, quite frankly. So to the point of what we're going to do, I will ask for the amendments of the 2 lots facing south towards 14th Street, garages in the rear, 20-foot setback, and up to 3,200 square feet to amend this application.
Vice Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Because I'd like to ask it before that's an official motion.
Go ahead.
David, has the applicant met with the homeowners with this new proposal of 2 lots?
Yes, sir.
And
We had a neighborhood meeting about that last week.
okay, and what was the response?
They want it to be 1 lot. But yes, Councilwoman has been very generous to allow us to have multiple meetings with the neighbors, and we attempted it between the last council meeting and today, last week, I believe it was. So we've shown them we had the site plan redrawn by an engineer, we showed them the site plan, we've walked through all this, yes, sir.
Thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor for the amendment for 2 lots to face south towards 14th Street, garage in the rear, 20-foot setback, up to 3,200 square feet. It has been motioned and second. Please cast your votes. Okay, passes 7-1. Now we will move forward with this zoning application. I will move for the approval of the application with the amendments that were approved previously. We passed the amendment, sir. You missed your chance. You've already spoken on the item. Please cast your votes. Sir, not today. Ward 5? Okay, thank you. You still waiting on?
It's not showing.
Okay. We'll go with the verbal vote.
Oh, for me, I'm sorry, no.
Thank you.
Can I?
Pass it. Yes. We need 7 affirmative votes. So with that, the item actually does not pass.
Is there any way to ask that we rescind it and come back when we have full council? With the amendment passing, I don't want to ask any questions, but if the amendment passed, I'm not sure how then the vote would not pass. Could we come back with a full council hearing based upon the need for?
I'm going to defer to the 2 council members who voted in the nay.
You need, yes, you have to make a motion to reconsider the vote, and it was a failed vote. So you usually have someone on the prevailing side that has to make the motion.
Okay. Would any of the council, I'll ask this first, would any of the council members like to discuss the item once more as far as the vote and maybe reconsider the vote?
I'll make a motion to reconsider.
We have a motion to reconsider.
Did she pass?
So we have a motion and a second to reconsider the vote.
So this means to reconsider, to bring it back when there's a full council, is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Fine with me.
Passes unanimously. So we will reconsider the vote and bring it back
You have
in
to
2
move to
weeks.
defer it for 2
Okay.
weeks.
We'll move to defer for our next council meeting. Make that motion, and there is a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously, so
Thank
we
you.
will bring this back in 2 weeks. Thank you. Moving on to the next item. That is item K. And this is also ordinance on final hearing, emergency recommended for denial. 7 affirmative votes are required in order for this to be approved or denied. PC 10741, 10300 North Sooner Road from AA to R1, and this is Ward 7. In accordance to the previous zoning case, because this is over 50% protest, that is why we need the 7 affirmative votes. I do understand there are quite a few people that have signed up to speak. For the 4 that have signed up to speak, I am happy to hear you. Here is what we can do. I am looking at us moving forward with the recommended denial from Planning Commission to move that forward. Would you still want to speak? You're not on here to speak.
Hang on, let me go get my paper. I'll be right back.
I will accept that recommendation to deny this application. I'm wanting to know if you still would like to speak.
I represent a protestant, and if that is the case, as you stated, then there's no need for us to speak.
Okay, I have one that's not going to speak. I have David Logan, Teresa Green, and Susan Hamilton. Would you all like to
Let me
speak?
say this, Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes.
I don't need to speak if David doesn't speak.
Okay. Well, I think Mr. Box is leaning towards the mic, so I'm not sure what's going to happen with that.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
I don't, well, I can't estimate how long they may take, but I do have to be leaving in a few minutes. So I just wanted you to be aware of that and all the participants in case you wanted to consider a deferral.
Okay, so with us having to take care of business because we will need 7 affirmative votes and we've already lost 1 of 8, we only have 6 now. So we'll be waiting until she returns in order for us to even look at entertaining a motion to affirm or deny the application. But again, I am okay with moving forward with the denial of this particular zoning application as recommended by the Planning Commission. So go ahead.
If I may, I would at least like to make a record.
Mhm.
Do we know if oh, okay, we've got 7 now. So briefly, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an application from AA to R1. I think it's important to note that the comprehensive plan does support this application, as this is the urban low intensity. In fact, staff recommends approval without any technical valuations whatsoever. The reason that's the case is a lot of what is developed around the subject site developed at a time prior to sewer and water becoming available, which is why they're acreage lots. Fast forward to today, and now we have both sewer and water at the border of the site. And so because of the availability of public infrastructure, it is now appropriate to develop. And so when you have sewer and water, the most common and what you would expect to see here would be R1 single family. And that's why we chose this application. That's why staff supports the application, and we would ask for your approval.
Mr. Groves?
I'll try to be brief. If you analyze this application under the plan, this area, the LUTA for this area is UL, urban low intensity. It's incompatible with AA. And so there are things that can be done to mitigate that incompatibility, but they can't be done with straight R1 zoning. The people who oppose this do not have unrealistic expectations. This land is going to be developed for residences. Everybody knows that. The question is, how will the problems attendant to it be resolved? We've got very serious flooding problems in the area, very serious road problems in the area, and we think that a custom-designed PUD for this area would work out a lot better. We stand ready to negotiate with this application, by the way, is brought by the owners, not a developer. But when the owners select a developer, we're ready to sit down and talk about how we can compromise some of the issues that we have. This land can be a beautiful community if the challenges it presents can be faced. I mean, there are only 75% of it can be built out because of the waterway, but there are drainage issues, flooding issues, traffic issues. We'd like to try to save some of the trees. These things all need to be worked out. With R1, we won't have a chance to work them out. So if we can, and that's why the Planning Commission said 6-2, we're going to turn it down. You need to come back with a PUD and a preliminary plat too, ideally, and try to solve all these issues at once. That's what Commissioner Pennington said. I quoted him in my brief. So we'll have to ask you to deny it. We're willing to start on a PUD as soon as Mr. Box is.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm I've already expressed what I'd like to do with this, so I do want to yield the time to either Susan Hamilton, David Logan, Teresa Green, or Michael Washington to speak.
Teresa Green.
Okay.
Current address 10625 Timber Oak, recently moved from 9917 Hidden Hollow, both in this area, a 20-year resident of this area. I want to point out, I think it's important to point out that this is not us opposing existing zoning. I'm one of those people who stands back and goes, they should have known when they moved in that that zoning was there. This is not building affordable housing. And I appreciate that. My daughter has moved into the inner core. We've helped her buy a house there. I appreciate how expensive those houses, it's crazy where the prices are going. This is not that. This is someone who wants to come in and put $400,000 and $500,000 houses on tiny little lots and make a lot more money. Honestly, we want to welcome new neighbors. We love this area. It's beautiful. We're very friendly. We're very welcoming. Some of us might move to this neighborhood if it were developed appropriately. My husband and I even have talked about that because we've talked about as we get older, maybe building something that's appropriate for us as we age. A PUD, yes, we ask to negotiate. My question is, why won't they come to the table? Why won't they talk to us? Instead, they just keep pushing forward, pushing for votes as they're pushing with you today. I went through all of your city documents. I have 3 pages, and I'm not going to burden you with this. There's so much language that talks about being consistent, that talks about being efficient in our growth, that talks about being smart about how we develop. We don't have the infrastructure. We had Britton Road collapse. I don't know if you remember, just a couple weeks before the Planning Commission meeting. Collapsed. That was not inexpensive for you all to fix that. I went on to the flood zone risk site, and guess what? There's points all over that area, and guess what it says? Extreme flooding risk. Not moderate, extreme. What we're saying is let's develop this in a smart way. Let's welcome people to this area and maintain the rural character of that area of town. We don't have a lot of that left in Oklahoma City. And it's a beautiful area. Let's do it right. That's what we're asking for. So with that, I would just ask you to please uphold the Planning Commission's vote and support us as the residents who have invested in this rural area and for me in other areas of Oklahoma City as well. So thank you. I appreciate all of you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Graves, and thank you for your patience to sit with us today. Now, for those, Mr. Logan, Ms. Hamilton, and Mr. Washington, we do not have a quorum to make a vote, so I'm willing to hear you, but we only have 6, and we need 7 affirmatives, so either way, we're going to be deferring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm happy to hear from Susan Hamilton, David Logan.
Thank you. I will be brief. Dave Logan, 6308 Northeast 104th Place. I just wanted to say that I do represent the 15 neighborhoods involved. They are White Fences, Lakeside of Oakdale, Oakmont, Oakdale Park, Oakdale Meadows, Apple Valley Estates, Old Country, Shadow Ridge, River Oaks, Casabella, Allison Lane, Autumn Drive, and Acorn Drive. And I'm representing their unified opposition to an R1 zoning. We've spoken to all of them. And it's not just that we're unified, we're pretty much unanimous, best we can tell, collecting petition signatures earlier this summer. We just didn't encounter anybody who was in favor or even really ambivalent. And it's not just that we're against growth, against development. We've been developing for decades. We've been welcoming new neighbors for decades. Absolutely ready to welcome more, as Mr. Groves and others, Ms. Green pointed out. We've been welcoming them for decades. Ready to do more. We know it's going to happen. But an R1 with that high density potential is just really out of place. Impact on schools, roads, exacerbating flooding, and so on. And except for that parcel in the middle where the waterway is, it would certainly be clear cut of trees. We're very sensitive to tree preservation.
those carbon gobbling trees we really try and make space for and focus on, much more important than it ever has been. So we respectfully request the denial. We know it's going to pass anyway, but I just wanted to make sure that you knew it was unified, all 15 of the surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hamilton?
Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Susan Hamilton. I'm 6400 East Britton Road. I own the 80 acres across from the development, and I brought some pictures to show you the flooding that occurs on my property. And I'll explain. I have just 8 that I can pass, so if you can share, I think I want you just to be aware of what's happening. Did you need one over here? Do I need to?
Go ahead and continue, please.
Okay. These pictures here are pictures. This first picture, this is the picture of my driveway, how it currently is, and most of the time. If you turn the page, you see one of water. This is what my driveway looks like when it rains real hard. This happened then in June, the date that the road was destroyed on Britton Road. On Britton Road. And then the picture below is my yard. You will see this little house. That's my spring house. I was actually picking fish up out of my front yard and putting them back into my pond because my pond overflowed. So this is happening all the time. The other pictures are pictures of Britton Road, one looking east and one looking west. And you'll notice when it rains, there's sediment on the road. Well, this is coming from the Autumn Park division that they just put in. There's no houses on there yet. They have put in the paving, but there's no sidewalks or homes. And that's an 88 development, and it is a PUD. I did not protest that because of it being a PUD, but I'm having problems with this development on my property because you can see the sediment and it comes and goes right into my property. So when we do get houses on this property, on this development, that's 80, I think they're proposing 80 homes, that's a lot of water runoff. And so we just want you to be aware of the flooding issues that we're having in this area. And this is just me. I am a part of this is my property here, and I know you're aware of but this is my property here. I have a big part of that swell that floods in that area. And so anyway, I just wanted you to know what we're talking about here. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hamilton. Appreciate you. Ms. Hamilton? And just a point of correction, I do understand in order for us to deny, we don't need 7 affirmative, we just need majority. So we can still do that business after we hear from Michael Washington. You're speechless right now, huh? All right, I'm going to make, okay.
I wonder, as I understand it, obviously it's 7 of 9 votes required to approve, but you don't need 7 votes to deny it.
That's what I just stated, so thank you. Yeah, while y'all were talking about it, I was talking about it as well. So we'll go ahead, and I'm going to make the motion to deny this application, and I hope that we will come back with a PUD and a preliminary plat for us to do something and do good with the neighborhood. Please cast your votes.
Wait a minute, I'm checking my turn.
Mr. Washington, you take that seat, sir. Thank you. Okay, we have unanimous approval for the denial of that application. Thank you to all who stayed patiently with us throughout this process. Moving on to item L, this is an ordinance on final hearing relating to municipal court, police, and general schedule of fees, amending chapter 33, 43, and 60 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code in notice of stolen property and repealing section 6033-27 rescheduling fee. So this is, again, an ordinance on final hearing, so we'll entertain a motion for that, please. Unless there are any questions. Okay, hearing none. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 11M, is the ordinance to be introduced and adopted with emergency relating to miscellaneous provisions and offenses, amending Chapter 30 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code, 2020, Section 30-58, obstructing officers. And I do believe we have someone to speak on this.
Yes, Vice Mayor Orville Jones from the City Attorney's Office. The code enforcement we're asking that the what we call the IWOP ordinance, interference with official process, be modified slightly by removing the word police from it so that it applies to all officers of the city whose duties may be interfered with, making it an offense. I understand that the emergency may not be possible, but we still ask for it to be adopted today so that it will go into effect as soon as possible. Code enforcement operations to address high grass and weeds and piles of junk have entered a new streamlined phase in which the city is relying on its own nuisance abatement orders, as allowed by state law, to cause these public nuisances to be abated. When the director issues an order for abatement, then the grass is cut or the junk is removed. In the recent past, the city has been relying on protection from sheriff deputies and district court orders called writs of assistance to empower them to assist in the protection of city staff, but this is no longer being done. We determined it was not necessary to go through a second process in order to complete the process that was completed when the director issued the abatement order after the opportunity for hearing. So now the city code inspectors call 911 and ask for police support and agency assist when the occupants become agitated or actively interfere with their abatement procedures. However, the police cannot assist until the conduct becomes criminal. Now, interference with abatement operations becomes criminal only when the code enforcement officer is actually assaulted or battered. Now, battery means to strike the officer in the performance of their duties. Assault means to offer to strike them in such a way as they fear that they are going to be struck. And what we would like to do is remove the word officer from the current IWOP ordinance so that anyone who interferes with any code enforcement official using threat, intimidation, or force, which is the current words of the ordinance, would then become a violation which the police can then assist the code enforcement by removing that person from the scene. Current operations to address these issues have highlighted the need to protect the code enforcement officers to the same extent that's now provided to the police officers. This is not a request from the police department, but it does not affect the police department because they would still remain officers after the amendment. The word officers in our city code refers to all officers of the city of Oklahoma City, which includes fire, police, code, and other officials. So we request that this amendment be adopted so that it would go into effect as soon as possible.
All right, I understand, again, as you forementioned, that we do not have enough to do the emergency, but we can introduce this at our hearing for October 12th and final adoption for 10/26, October 26th, if that would be the will of this body to do.
I believe even without emergency, it could be adopted today. It just would not go into effect today.
Or we could do that process as well.
To adopt. Would go into effect October 29th.
It's being introduced today, right?
Pardon?
Excuse me.
It
It's being
is.
introduced today.
Okay.
It has to have an emergency today to be adopted
Okay.
today.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll go through this process with a hearing set for October 12th and final adoption for October 26th. That we don't need a vote for that because this is just the introduction, correct?
No, you do vote to introduce.
We vote to
Yeah.
introduce. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much. All right, so we'll take a motion for that and we'll move forward. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. All right, we got a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item N, this is a public hearing regarding assessment role for the Downtown Business Improvement District, City of Oklahoma City Improvement and Special Services Assessment District Number 6. And also included with that is the resolution adopting and confirming an assessment role year 2021 through 2022 for the Downtown Business Improvement District, City of Oklahoma City Improvement and Special Services Assessment District Number 6 in the area known as Downtown Oklahoma City, which including the Arts District, Automobile Alley, Bricktown, the City Center, Deep Deuce, and Midtown. This is October 1st, 2021 through September 30th of 2022. This is Ward 6 and Ward 7. We do have quite a few people that have signed up to speak in support of this bid, downtown bid. So if that's the will of this body, we're going to go ahead and call those names. First, I have Tim Strange.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Mr. Manager, and council members. I'm Tim Strange, 204 North Robinson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in favor of the passage of the bid budget. This budget is essential for the operation and maintenance of the downtown bid and for the overall well-being of downtown Oklahoma City. As a downtown property owner and developer who will invest millions in several new construction projects downtown, that would be Boulevard Place.
Okay, before you finish, I truly apologize. This has never happened before for me, but we don't have quorum, so I'm going to have to stop you until we get that quorum and recess our meeting until we get quorum.
Okay.
So let me go get. They must have took a
All right.
bathroom break. So
Sure.
let's just take a 10-minute recess and come back at 12:45. Okay, I apologize. So be ready to start over.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're gathering up the crew. Everybody's coming, everybody's coming.
So my understanding now is that with those that are speaking in favor. For the next meeting.
Did you take time to write a speech? Did you take time to do this? This your Easter speech?
That's right.
I bet you did. Is everybody one? It's just 4. Well, we need 5. All right, we are convening from recess, and thank you all for your timeliness. So we will hear from Mr. Strange.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I'm Tim Strange.
Yeah,
We got it.
yeah, 5.
Good.
Okay. Tim Strange, 204 North Robinson. I'm here in support of the downtown bid budget passage, and if there's no protest, I'll sit down and go from there. Thank you.
Okay. The names that I have are in favor. So I do want to make sure I acknowledge Billy Lewis, Chad Huntington, and Tim Johnson. Thank you all for your willingness to speak and to also forego for this vote. With that, I will ask for the vote. What say you, council? And we will take item 2 of N2, the resolution adopting and confirming that assessment role. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And we'll move to item 11O, ordinance on final hearing, adopting and setting the assessment role for year 2021-2022 for the Downtown Business Improvement District. And we'll take a motion for that. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Before we move to item 11P, I do want to go back to item 11J. And one of the things, according to Robert's Rules of Order, is we need someone on the prevailing side to make that motion for us to reconsider. So thank you so much for your willingness to do that.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So I move to reconsider. Item 11J.
Correct.
Thank you. So we have a motion to
Need a
reconsider.
second.
And we need a second.
You can second it.
Oh, I can second. It's okay. We have a second for that. And that passes unanimously. So will we need to create a new, now we will need to make a motion to defer
Correct.
this same item for 2 weeks.
Right.
This is item 11J.
We're redeferring.
You gotta love parliamentary procedures.
Yeah, I know.
Passes unanimously. Thank you so much for doing that. Moving on to item 11P, we have item 1, which is a public hearing regarding the Stockyard City Business Improvement District for properties in and around the intersection of Agnew and Exchange Avenues, an area commonly known as Stockyard City, and this is in Ward 6. No one is scheduled to speak at this public hearing, so we will move to item P2, resolution adopting and confirming an assessment roll year 2021-2022 for the Stockyards City Business Improvement District. And I'll receive that motion in second. Thank you. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 11Q, ordinance on final hearing, adopting and setting the assessment roll for year 2021-2022 for the Stockyard City Business Improvement District. And I'll entertain a motion for that. I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 11R, public hearing regarding ordinance related to fire department and general schedule of fees, amending Article 2, Title 20, Chapter 60 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code 2020. And this is in relation to emergency responder radio coverage, motor fuel dispensing facilities, private fire hydrants and open flames, torches and candles. And we had Chief Kelly present on this at our last City Council meeting. So this is a public hearing. And does anyone wish to speak at this public hearing? Hearing none, we'll move on to item 11S, which is item S1, public hearing regarding dilapidated structures. And I don't have anyone that is signed up to speak for this public hearing. So we will move on to item S2, resolution declaring structures are dilapidated. And I'll take a motion for that. Have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 11T, this is a public hearing regarding a dilapidated structure in the Capital Medical Zoning District. And this is, no one has signed up to speak for that. We will move to item T2, the resolution declaring structures in the Capital Medical Zoning dilapidated. Entertain a motion for that, please. Thank you. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 11U, this is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures other than those that have been stricken from earlier. We have no one signed up to speak or asking to speak. We will move to item 11U2. That's a resolution declaring structures are unsecured. Thank you. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 11V. This is a public hearing regarding abandoned buildings other than those that were stricken at the beginning of the meeting. I don't see anyone that has signed up to speak or has risen to speak. We will move forward to item 11V2. This is the resolution declaring buildings are abandoned. Have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 11W. This is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to enter into an agreed journal entry of judgment in the case of 2445 West I-44 LLC versus the City of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma County District Court case number CV-2019-2807. And I know we don't need to do any business with that unless anyone has any questions. Okay. I have a motion and a second for this to be adopted. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 11X1. This is a resolution approving the request for a salary continuation for Corporal Kent Vaughn while he continues to require rehabilitation to recover from an on-the-job injury for an additional 6 months, or until September 28, 2022, whichever should occur first, and providing an effective date of September 16, 2021, or enter into executive session, which is item 2. I believe there is no need for the executive session. So we will entertain a motion for item X1 to approve that resolution. I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 11Y1. This is claims recommended for denial. And I do understand there's no need for an executive session. So I will entertain a motion for item Y1. Have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Ward 3. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 11Z. 1, claims recommended for approval. There are A and B. There's no need for an executive session. No one has signed up to speak. And we'll entertain a motion for item 11Z1. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on, item 12, comments from council. We'll start with Ward 2.
Yeah, just wanted to say thank you to everyone who helped coordinate the recent evictions virtual forum, Councilwoman Hammond and Commissioner Carrie Bloomert, Michael Figgins from Legal Aid, representatives from Homeless Alliance. Like it was really nice to be able to discuss with residents. That's blocked. To discuss with residents what we can do to be preventative when it comes to homelessness. So that was one thing I wanted to say. The next thing I wanted to do was invite everyone to this Friday. There's an event called Viva La Sisu Casino Night. Help support Sisu Youth Services. So if you were listening earlier and you were hearing those recommendations as they relate to homelessness and specifically as it relates to transitional services for our youth, then Sisu, please know that Sisu Youth has long been doing work with our at-risk youth aged 15 to 24. And as many of you know, unfortunately, when it comes to youth homelessness, LGBTQ Americans represent about 40% of our homelessness, largely because unfortunately too often a parent or guardian has a different interpretation of their sacred text, and that's really too bad. But that's where services like Sisu become vital. So the event that they're doing this week, where they're doing some fundraising, where all proceeds will go to Sisu, where they provide clothing, toiletries, food, and overnight shelter, and support for those at-risk youth. That's this Friday, October 1st from 7 to 10 p.m. Again, that's this Friday, October 1st from 7 to 10 p.m. The Where is at 21C Museum Hotel. And I hope you're able to attend. There will be silent auctions, tasty food, these sorts of things. But remember, it's really about our kiddos always and forever and centering their lives. And then finally, I just wanted to say thank you to my alma mater. I'm a house divided. I did my undergrad at OU, but I did my grad work at OSU. And they invited my mother, my boyfriend, me, and my good friend Dennis Rudisil to attend an event where they awarded me with their 2021 Rising Star Award at their Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And this is for somebody who has dedicated themselves to volunteerism and has demonstrated a commitment to community and service within their first 10 years. I can only say to you that 10 years ago, I never imagine sitting in this seat. I was a server at Iguana Mexican Grill and an adjunct at UCO and OCU, and wondering if I had made the right decisions with my degree and career path. And it remains the honor of my life to do the work that I do with you all here on City Council on issues like, well, quite frankly, creating better environments for our children. And it's very important to me to be in this position right now. And I just cannot thank OSU and the College of Arts and Sciences enough for, I don't know, kind of rewarding an unconventional path. So, and thank you, Council and City Manager, for the honor of serving alongside you.
And congratulations on your recognition for Rising Star. That's awesome. Thank you. Ward 3.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just a couple of things today with regards to the Oklahoma City Police Department. Our hearts are heavy today with the sudden loss of Master Sergeant Tomas Dougherty, who, if you don't know, is not only the leader but the creator of the cadet program for the police department. And we just need to take a moment to respect the impact that he has had on not only our cadets but our police officers throughout the department. So I just want to give a shout out to his family and love and hugs, and we are thinking about you all and all of his brothers and sisters in blue today as well. The next thing is to appreciate the officers that participated out at the State Fair. I had the opportunity to attend the fair on 2 different occasions today and see our officers in action, not only our police officers, but our firefighters and our EMSA medics out there at the fair serving the public. So that was really cool. Lots of interaction with our youth out there, and that is always fun to watch. So I appreciate everything, commitment that they bring to that. Many of them, you know, taking time on their days off to come out and serve at the fair. So appreciate that very much. And then the last thing, is the police department will be working with the National Faith and Blue on several community outreach events, the first of which, getting on the calendars, is a coat drive for Positive Tomorrows. That coat drive is October 1st through the 29th, and the locations that you can drop those off are available on the police's Facebook page. I would read them, but it won't load the picture. So please check that out for some great opportunities to help the community. And that is all I have today.
Thank you, and I was actually talking to the city manager about Mr. Tomas, and I had the pleasure of talking to him as he mentored those cadets as well, so he will truly be missed. His dedication to those young people, I had no idea, so that hit like a ton of bricks when you said that, so our thoughts are definitely with his family at this time. Ward 4. Thank you. Ward 8.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also want to echo on the comments about Tomas Dougherty. He inspired so many of our youth, and I think one of the most incredible things, he was active in PALS, but the thing that I think he will be most remembered for was, and it was mentioned earlier, that he went to Chief Bill City, that he came up with the idea for a cadet program. It was his idea, he ran it, he made it successful, and we have a lot of youth to be very proud of because of him. So my condolences go to his family, his friends, and to the police force. Secondly, I want to thank James Cooper for bringing up Sam today, Bowman. I'm going to talk in the present tense. Sam is so kind. He's so gracious. He's so giving. He always has a smile on his face. He's one of my wife's favorite people. I wish we all could be more like Sam. One of my favorite Bible verses right now is John 8:15, and it says, "You judge by human standards, I judge no one." I can tell you this, Sam never judged anyone. He always worked with others to make Oklahoma City a very great city, and I'm very proud of all his accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just had a couple comments I wanted to leave with before our next item. As we talked about Fire Prevention Month, I do want to make sure that our residents realize and understand our fire alarms, that system and program, that if you need to have it checked, our fire department will come and they will check it for you. All you have to do is call 316-BEEP, 316-BEEP. And the reason I bring that up is because of some folks that I worked with when I worked at the radio station, and because they did not have a smoke alarm in their home, unfortunately, this young man lost 2 of his children due to a fire. and that was devastating. And it could have been prevented had they had a smoke alarm in their home. So I want to always encourage us being able to be prepared with that smoke alarm. I also wanted to commend the FACT program. I was talking to Lieutenant Waylon Cubitt, and he was let me know about just some of the things that they have happening. And one particular story of a young lady who said that because of FACT program, she had no other outlet, and she had considered taking her own life, a teenager, but because of the FACT program, she now has a family and a support system. So that speaks to the great things that are happening within the FACT program. So we're proud that they are doing the work that they do. Zoo Brew is happening this Friday. If you get a chance to get a ticket, it sells out every year. It's happening. It's hopping too. And Homeland Community Day is going to be this Sunday from 1 to 5. We had our first Sunday this past September, within the month of September, and we're going to do it again every single month on the first Sunday of the month. So please come on out and enjoy that. In Harding Charter Prep, I want to thank Principal Hughes and the lovely students, and a couple of those students are on our student council that hosted me and helped me to learn more about the school itself. And they are doing a fall plant sale this weekend. So if you get a chance, they have some beautiful pansies that they would love to sell you. And they're going to be doing that on Saturday and Sunday. And also, last but not least, I wanted to mention the Small Business Spotlight Awards that occurred on this past Saturday within the community, highlighting actually small Black businesses. And a lot of those businesses and industries I had no idea existed in our communities and throughout our city, not just specific to Ward 7, but throughout our city, because they aren't specific to just our ward. But it speaks to why we have to continue to work through the process of supporting with the Small Business Continuity Program and with the other ways we are helping and assisting with our minority business, our women-owned businesses, all of those things that we're able to do to support folks who are in business, especially those who decided to take that leap because of COVID to start their own business. They definitely need our support now more than ever, and that has helped with our sales tax and our use tax for those businesses that have begun and existed because of the ways they've been able to thrive. So we appreciate that. Did you have something?
I just wanted to mention something about Tomas. As a tribute to him, honestly, this last recruit class that we just graduated, 2 of our cadets through the program graduated in that recruit class. And so it's just a tribute to not only you're reaching and touching those lives, but you're encouraging them to go into law enforcement for that purpose of helping people. And so it's really a great tribute that we had 2 of them graduate this last class.
Absolutely, and we are most proud of those young people that did finish that training. We'll move on to item 13. I have citizens to be heard. I have Eric Sanderson, and if you'll come forward and give us your name, address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience.
My name's Eric Sanderson, 11605 Southwest 3rd Street, which is Ward 3. But what I have to talk about today affects the citizens of all wards. And so to be respectful of the 3-minute time period, I'm just going to read off my proposal, and I have copies for you guys if you're interested. Do you mind if I? Okay. I have a request because I'm wanting support for an alternative sports complex at Lake Overholser or another suitable location. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon, council members. I'm Eric Sanderson, and I am one of several youth and high school rugby coaches here in Oklahoma. Currently, there are 75 soccer fields, 13 youth football fields, 58 youth baseball or softball fields, 71 tennis courts, and 2 hockey rings operated or leased by the city of Oklahoma City. The city does a wonderful job providing access to all these locations for the youth of our great city. There is, however, a very real problem that affects hundreds of youth in Oklahoma City metro area. And that problem is that if you do not play soccer, football, baseball, softball, tennis, there's really no space available to you. And while those are certainly the vast majority of sports, they are not the only ones. Currently, the sport of youth and high school rugby in Oklahoma has a seasonal participation of around 600 boys and girls, ranging in age from 8 to 18 in regular season play, and up to 1,200 with the additional of regional tournaments that are held. While the Rugby Oklahoma League has been functional for almost 2 decades in the state of Oklahoma, there is not a single designated field for youth rugby anywhere in the state of Oklahoma. Our league has players from every single ward in Oklahoma City and the surrounding municipalities. Despite our best efforts to secure a home field, the hard fact is if you are not playing a sport that the field was designed for, or if you are not a member of one of these associations that have the field lease, you are not allowed access to these areas. I personally have spent the last 2 years submitting lease proposals for a designated rugby pitch to the Parks and Recreation Department, only to be beaten out by a matter of days by adult cricket leagues that house cater to less than 45 individuals. I don't dismiss the individual's desire to play their sport, but the lease at Lake Overholser has gone completely unused for years. It was abandoned by a soccer association 6 years ago, and it is just defunct, and it's a wide open field sitting there. We're not asking for a handout. We've offered to pay hundreds of dollars a year to have improvements and maintain the complex as part of our lease agreements. We're simply asking for the same treatment that every other youth soccer, baseball, softball, or football league has been granted. The piece of property, like I said, at Overholser, it's just sitting there idle, and we would love to have it. We would really improve the thing if we could. In addition to the great sport of rugby, we'd also allow other alternative sports a chance to use the area when we're not having it used. There are significant participants in lacrosse, Quidditch, which is I'm not sure what it is, but people play it, field hockey, and ultimate frisbee, just to name a few other sports, and they have no controlled access to athletic fields in Oklahoma City as well. Currently, we have to operate on a field reservation system that is either not designed for rugby, where we're pinned into a small youth field, or more commonly, we need to reserve a private function. And that is an uncomfortable situation because while we can lease these fields, we do not have fair rights to them. And if someone shows up to have a picnic before a game, we have no right to make them leave, even if we paid. And that has actually happened to us. And that is not a situation where we can build a sustainable league. The sport is growing. We've been an organization for 18 years. We're past the point of just setting up shop in city parks, or it's not viable for us anymore. And the Parks and Recreation Department, we've kind of gone full circle with them. They have referred me to here to get a direction from you guys or a recommendation to set this up. And so that's what I'm trying to bring here. I kind of got this sprung on me 2 days ago, and so I'm not really formally prepared, but that is why I'm here today. Thank you. Do you guys have any questions?
No, we'll talk with our Parks and Rec Department and see if we can't look to see what options we have to help to find a solution.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, where did you get your statistics on fields, rings, et cetera? Was that from the Parks
On
Department?
what? Yeah, well, the Oklahoma City website, as far as like how many fields maintained. And like I said, I've had several conversations with Parks and Recreation over the last 2 years. And it just, they have kind of thrown their hands up and said, unless they get a directive from the city council, there's really nothing more they can do. Because if it's a football field, it's only for football, and baseball only for baseball. And it's, you know.
Thanks for coming today. Sorry you had to wait so long.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you and your words. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak, so with that, we're going to move to item 14, which is adjournment. Thank you all for your patience and for being with us this afternoon.